Hello and welcome to our workshop this evening, and we're kicking things off with a presentation on solid waste and recycling automated collection program. If you two can introduce yourselves and take it away. And please move the mics closer to you.
Hello, my name's Mary Ann Brenchek. I'm the Public Works Director.
And Megan Bates, Deputy Director for Maintenance and Operations.
So tonight's a workshop that follows up one that we did in December. That was pre-budget. We wanted to give you a little bit more details, and you'll see how we're going to roll that out to kind of keep the conversation going, because automated trash is really not slated to happen for another 18 months or 2 years. But we know it's complicated. We know people have a lot of questions. So hopefully we answer some of those tonight, and then we roll out a series of continued conversations until we roll it out for sure. And I also have John Kuczynski, which is our environmental services superintendent, and Talia Bent, who's with Casella. So again, leaving off from the workshop, this was one of the key pieces in the workshop for December, was why are we doing this? And it's inevitable for all of us because the service providers are not doing manual labor anymore. The number one reason is safety, and that's been the injuries been very high, the cost of the labor is very high. So we kind of know that we need to do it. It's not if we do it, it's when. And that was kind of what we budgeted and kind of looking ahead at this. But those challenges that we identified at that time, the cost of the carts, the one-way streets, tight areas, parking, language barriers, the number of the areas with high numbers of multi-units, we're going to answer those questions and really focused on that being kind of the first piece that we know there's, you want more information on. We don't have this plan completely figured out, but we're going to show you the path forward. Again, we call this a hybrid system because some areas may still need that rear loading, and some will be able to do the automated arm from the side. So we're going to look at routes. We're going to look at all different details that have to do with that kind of a hybrid system. Two different kinds of trucks, really. We're going to go over the timeline, the operations, a little bit more specifics about the multi-unit collection program, the apartment buildings, and then a little bit of where we are with community outreach and education. That's why I gave you the flyer to get started with. Education will get more explained in the end, but that's one of the handouts that we have already prepared, and Casella did that for us. So the timeline for right now, what we have going on right now is we've signed a contract. It's good for 2 years. And we also have an option for an additional 5 to 7 year rollout, which would be the automated program. So we have that all in place with a provider that we've had good service from and want to continue to do business with. So that's key to getting us started. We've started in looking at, how do we educate our rules already? Like we have rules right now that actually I just found out recycling's mandated. We don't really enforce that, but it is. And that you're supposed to have all your trash in a cart with a cover on it, with a lid on it. There's some challenges with that, right? So we need to kind of start educating on the current rules and encouraging people to recycle, and we're going to be doing that all through this whole year. And then the inventory of the streets is really looking at where are the one-way restrictions, where's the current parking, where do we have parking that's already restricted for the winter months, because we have winter challenges as well. And then we get into this rollout timeline of 4 different workshops with the City Council and kind of looking at, seasonally, so the fall will come back with what's that request for the exact number of carts that we need. What's the price of that? We'll have an estimate. We'll have that all detailed out. We'll look at the inventory of the multi-units, and you'll see some slides tonight that start to give you a little teaser on that. We're going to ask for some feedback because we need to dig deeper into that program. And then, what are the program costs to that apartment program that we have that is aside from the automated, but it adds to it. Sometimes we get revenues. We get $250,000 revenues from that program, but there is cost associated with that too. So kind of want to get our arms around that. For that first workshop, we'll have all the details. On the second workshop, we want to focus on ordinance and policy changes. There's a specific app that Casella is creating for the city of Lewiston that they're going to roll out for us early so that people start to use it. It has questions on it like, what do you want to recycle? I need a new lid. My cart's broken. My trash didn't get picked up. It's going to be embedded into our website, but you could also have it on your mobile device. So we'll show you more about that under the education section. But we also need to look at those ordinances and policies, and that's not only the apartment, well, it's all Chapter 62, which is solid waste, but there's sections on the apartment program, the rules, parking ordinance, and what would those changes look like. So we wouldn't be proposing them yet, but looking at drafts and giving you the mapped out look of what that might look like. So that's in the second workshop. See how I like to keep the conversation going over a year and a half? People will forget, and then they'll say, you didn't tell me that. So we want to be able to update people. The third workshop, which would be the fall of next year, would be logistics and marketing. So how is this really going to roll out? What streets are going to need that rear loader, and what streets are going to be able to be automated? Which ones do we start with? Do we do new routes? You know, all those questions will be answered. What areas have parking restrictions, and what would any signing thing look like? You know, how are we going to do that? And then reviewing the education and outreach plan in a little bit more depth. And review the early start on the hybrid model, because your contract for that needs to be done ahead so they can order the trucks. Okay, so there's an 8 to 12 month period to order the trucks. So we need to know what we're going to do pretty much a year ahead. So that's why we've started with these workshops, so that you're part of the discussion, we fine tune it together, and by this time next year, or a little later, December, we know what we want to do, and we can start that new agreement. So that's what the last workshop is. So by the beginning, you know, 25, we'll be looking at that draft agreement. We'll be looking at already having the LCIP for the carts and the signs in there, and knowing what we can start to market to the community. You know, when's their neighborhood going to start? Are they all going to start at the same time? You know, where do I put my trash? All those questions. So we'll have that all in a really more detailed educational program that kind of narrows that down in. Coming back to the recycling again, our mandatory recycling. There was an article recently about Auburn stopping their recycling, and they saved money. This is how much money we're saving each year because we don't pay for recycling. So a reminder, we have that agreement with Casella where they have our facility. They actually pay rent for that facility, but our recycling's free. And in Auburn, they're paying $144 a ton. So again, we're making considerable savings on that, and I'll never stop really advocating and making it easy for people to recycle. So when they get a recycling cart, I think we'll be kicking that up even more. This is what our routes look like right now. And when you look at the routing of all the collection right now, you can see that some of it is in town, some of it is out of town. It's color-coded. People can go on our website. They see what their day is for pickup, you know, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. And just a little snippet of like over 8,000 single-family home pickups and 364 multi-units. That's what we're picking up today. We put a map on there that just shows all the multi-units. Okay, so we know that the apartment-rich areas are going to be the most difficult with the number of cots that they have. But look at how much of that city that really affects. Like an apartment building out of town, it's no problem. They're going to have room. We can deal with whatever they choose to do. But that little area in the middle, that's going to be the challenging area. So when you look at the whole city overwide, there's 75% is going to be pretty straightforward. It's that inner city, and we know this urban area, but I thought to get a visual of that, where all our apartment buildings are, and where is that consolidation of them, that's the area that we'll focus on, learning every street, learning their parking restrictions, talking to those apartment owners. We've already sent out, you know, questionnaires. But I thought it was a good visual. For most of the city, it isn't a big problem. It's just this little area downtown that we'll focus on making it more strict. So with the carts and the signage, we're looking at allotting 2 carts to every household, a recycling cart and a trash container, and that's a 64-gallon size. So the 36-gallon size doesn't get used because when you're picking it up with the automated arm, in the wintertime, it slides right out. So it's too small. So that 64 is the sweet spot. But for apartment buildings where they have more trash, as we know, tons of bags overflowing, we're going to give them a 96-gallon tote. And when we look at that, there'll be, do we charge them for the extra ones that they might need or want? You know, what's the limit to that? We'll get back with those details as we dig in a little bit deeper. But for right now, when we look at what we need to price, it'll be 2 carts for the single-family homes and a larger trash can. And if anybody, we can convince any apartment owners to recycle, we will give them a recycle tote as well. And the colors on the bottom are the same, it's just lids that change, so it's a different color. And then for signage, there may be some considerable signage downtown, so we want to include that cost. So before we go to the LCIP, we will know how many signs do we need to get, and put that in our budget as well, whether that's, no parking on the daytime that their trash is getting picked up, because it doesn't need overnight. Overnight parking would always be allowed as usual. It's that daytime hours. Sometimes they've painted curbs. We've done that in different areas for no parking. Other communities have painted parking spots to say this is our trash collection spots for that day. So there's a couple different ideas, and we may need to use all of them. It's just straight up no parking even. But we'll look at every one of those streets in that really intense area. Otherwise, there'd be no other parking restrictions. For that whole area outside the little in-town area, we don't have to change anything. You're going to basically be putting them in your driveway or to the side of your driveway like you do now. It will just be neater and cleaner. And so the multi-unit collection right now, we just want to give you a little bit more of a snippet on that, because our next workshop will talk in depth on this, and we'd like to get a little bit of feedback from you to, what are your thoughts, and right now this program we know started in 2003 as a transition to a new contract. Anybody who was on the program at that time was able to stay on the program. They had to be paid in full, they had to have no complaints, but if that owner bought another apartment building, that building was also open to being on our program. And then for every 3 units, there's a free punch pass for that 1,000 pounds of trash. So there's lots of little pieces, and there's a section in the ordinance, I think it's 6213, that gives all those details. But pretty much, it's open. And that can be a problem for us. We need to look at maybe how to get our arms around that. But should it be expanded? Should it be limited? We'd like to get your feedback on that. So this is this year right now, what we have. So when you look at this breakdown, it's how many 3 units we have, how many 4 units, how many 5, 6, 7, 8, all the way up to a 20 unit. Okay, so I put the real numbers over on the right, but just as a visual, the majority are the 3 to 6 units. And, from our perspective and how to get all those carts managed and spaces for them, we feel like we should try to look at limiting that to 6 and under, except for the ones that are already there. That would take changes in the ordinance, so we do want to get your feedback on that as well. It might depend on where it is. If it's out of town and they've got a common area where they can bring all the containers, it might not be that bad. But we will visit first all the units 7 and bigger, because that means quite a few carts on the street. And maybe they have a room for a dumpster, maybe they don't. And it's been pretty consistent. I've got 4 years of data on it, and it's pretty consistent. There's 15 out of all of those that are owner-occupied. Okay, so a 3 unit and below, it's considered residential. As owner-occupied, it's still residential. When it's not owner-occupied, it turns into commercial property, and then all the rest are considered commercial properties, as you guys probably know, but just to remind you. This is some comparative costs, just to show you what we're charging. Okay, so we charge $170 a unit. If they were to order and to get a dumpster from either of those companies, this is what it would cost. I mean, for instance, a 3 unit is $510 annually for us. It would be $1,900 from one company, and it would be $2,600 from another company. So our prices are extremely low, and we're going to look at breaking down what is it really costing us, and are we getting our money recuperated. We're not trying to make a profit, but then there's also that balance of taking work away from the commercial providers and the balance of that. So we just wanted to kind of give you a snapshot of what those costs look like, and our costs are extremely low right now. And it's great if we can keep it that way, but maybe it's costing us more than they're actually covering. So we want to check that out. On the community outreach and education, we've started working in our recycling committee that we're doing with the mayor and getting surveys done. And it started on questions just about recycling, but then we threw in some solid waste questions. What's your perception of how well you think we're doing? Things like that. Do you recycle at home? And then Megan just finished the landlord survey, and that asks a little bit different questions. Do you have problems at different properties? Do you think it's because of location or number of units? Or digs in a little bit deeper. And then we're still fine-tuning the residential survey as well. So of course we'll work with our city marketing team and the social media But we also have partners, which is great, you know. So besides Casella, which Talia is very much a part of all our education, is, you know, working with our MS4 educator, because litter is also a part of our stormwater management, and our LAWPIC educator, which is also about conservation and trash reduction, you know, waste reduction, and our city team, of course. So the surveys that we did for the middle school is pretty cool. We every year do something with the 7th graders, because it's part of their curriculum to look at recycling. We did a number of different things with them at different times, but they always have a little poster contest in the end, and we do a presentation during their work with us. So I thought this was the most interesting one. Nobody thinks we're doing excellent. You know, there's a pretty even poor to fair, but I'm not too proud of that if I was looking at my report card, right? So we got some good ideas from them, and just kind of more than half still say they recycle. And it was kind of just interesting to see where they live. Is it apartment buildings? Is it single-family homes? Is it apartment? You know, so the majority were single-family homes. And this was the whole 7th grade, and the teachers as well answered this. So the education materials is the one that you have sitting in front of you, is just high quality, very clear, it's consistent with what other communities are doing. I think you can get no closer than like 3 feet, or, you know, you still have to have them a little space between them for those arms to get in between to pick it up. But these are sturdy totes, and they'll all be similar. We think some may disappear, so we'll have to come up with rules about that. You know, how do they get replaced? Was it, you know, and that's the easier part. But the totes will be good quality. They'll have to store them. We'll have to, you know, do the rollout plan where they all get them just a week or 2 before we start the program. But I think people will be excited to get them. And this is a little bit about the app that is about the education piece, is that it's a dollar cost in our contract, and they're giving it to us early for free so that we get people starting to use it, so that's no cost to us. And this is what it looks like when it's embedded into your website. This is actually done for Fairfax, Virginia, and they have a button up there for different languages. So right now they had Portuguese and French, and Talia's looking into what other language that we can get integrated in with that. It's just looking at our website, you know, of all the languages that we have on our website. There's that little key down on the right hand. When it gets to a PDF or something that is added to your website that isn't in a Word doc, it's not translated. So we want to do better with that. It made us recognize that, because some of the things that we do have in there, put them in a different way, and they may be able to get translated with that same app. So we're very cognizant of the different languages that we have, and we want that to be easy. They can ask the question and understand the answers. This would also be the place where they could, you know, report not getting a pickup, or their lid's damaged, or they need a new tire, or any of those kind of things. What's happening on the holidays? Am I getting my trash pickup? You know, we'll still do our social media pieces, but it's just another piece for someone to get a notification on. And again, you know, with education, it's repetition, repetition, repetition. So we will continue to start this summer and continue all the way to the very end, and that'll be ongoing. So that's my broad overview, and really would love to get any questions that you have and a feel for what do you think we should do with this apartment piece. Should we just manage anybody who wants to come? Should we try to get our arms around the 6 or less? And we don't need any steady answers on that, because you'll get the full presentation of the data next workshop this fall. But I'm feeling like we need to get our arms around it, that it can't just be anybody, and we got to manage that program as it happens. We have a contract that does so many stops, so it doesn't differentiate. We aren't close to that, but that's a limit. That's an upset limit. But we want to manage that, you know, and how do we want to do that? So hopefully it's a little bit more information than what you had last time. And I think one thing that wasn't on this PowerPoint that the guys have already done in inventorying the streets that were really the tough ones that we need to really focus on. Out of 678 streets, only 104 have issues. So it's 13% of our streets have issues that we need to look very closely at. So again, hopefully that gives you a little bit more confidence. This is not going to be a disaster. The majority of the city will be pretty straightforward. And that 13%, we're going to spend some time on. We're going to spend the time on learning the apartment managers, and also what do those streets look like now? So welcome any questions. This is a mixture of looks.
Well, first off, if this app can remind me to put out my garbage,
Trash.
that will be a huge step forward. Councillor Pease, did you have something?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And just a couple of basic questions. I noticed that you've talked about community outreach and all that. And are we responsible for that? Or is COUNCILOR?
COUNCILOR, as a team. As a team, I mean, I think
Do it as a
we're
team.
right.
Okay.
We're definitely doing it as a team. It is part in their contract that they provide some education, but they can't get it out to our audience. So that's where we work closely as a team, and then trying to, survey our team to what's working, and kind of tweaking our educational materials to meet those needs.
Yeah, because I know that's tough to get it across to everybody.
Yeah.
The only other little question I have is, put something out to the trash and it doesn't fit in my can. Will you leave it there? Or will
It
you-
has to fit inside the can, or you need to
Has
bring
to
it to
fit
the
in
solid
there.
waste facility. And just like leaves, we pick up leaves now, we won't be able to do that unless it's inside your can. If it's inside your can, it can go. But we don't have the people out there picking up individual bags. It's going to be the arm picking it up and dumping it in.
Okay, and what if I had 2 cans out there, plus the recycle?
You could have 2 cans out there and they could be filled, but the lid needs to be shut. So one thing that we'll educate on, if the lid's open with some garbage in it, like it can't quite get that lid down, it actually starts falling out when you lift it up. Sorry, trying not to move from my speaker.
I understand that. No, I was just curious
So
because
the lids need to be able to close.
there are some people that already have cans that meet the requirements, but if you're going to supply others, and if they put 2 out, I wanted to make sure both get
They all get picked up. Yeah, they would all get picked up. That's why do we charge them for another trash can, or do we charge them for a 96 if they want it? We'll figure out those details and bring some proposed amounts
So there will be a charge to the homeowner
for the additional cans,
for the additional can? Right.
which
Thank
I
you.
think is right. I hope you agree with that. I mean, it's proposed, so whatever you say.
Do you have any idea what the cost is?
The cost of a can is somewhere between $58 and $64.
58 and 64.
Yeah,
Thank you.
yeah.
Councillor Scott.
Thank you. So that was one of the questions I was going to ask, was if a homeowner, because I've already had a phone call or 2 about this, can a homeowner buy more? And the reference was holiday season. And I've got family coming, and we all know the amount of, especially if you have young children, the boxes you're breaking down after the holidays sometimes can be, there's a lot there. So there was questions about that, but I guess I'd like to talk about, where I live.
Yeah.
So I live in a 3-unit, and it's on it's not in that area, it's up past Bates College, so it's, I see it as being a good area for having the sidearm. My question would be the size of the can for that unit. So we literally live on a hill.
I've seen your house, yes.
My
You could do
my driveway
264s
is
probably,
literally like
yeah.
this. Is that going to be, we're going to have to take, because we put our cans out back now, right? And I take it down the driveway.
Yeah.
I can't imagine pulling a 96 gallon. I mean, I'm pretty strong, but I can see that becoming an issue. So I just think that that's something you're going to have
We
to
can do that.
consider looking at those older residences that live in an apartment building that may not have the ability to move something like that. My mother lives in a 4-unit on, oh my God, I forgot where she lived. I forgot the name of the street. Jesus.
Just stick with the 4-unit.
Jefferson, sorry. And there, it's all elderly people that
Yeah.
live in this nice, beautiful little 4-unit, but I can see that being somewhat of an issue. She already sometimes has an issue in the wintertime. We go and help her take her trash out each week because it's hard for her to get through the snow and all of that. So those are some of the things I think we're going to need to look at. When I look at the handling of cardboard, this is a great little piece, by the way. I love the way, I think you're going to have to do a lot of education. But then again, I start thinking, so I've been recycling since the 90s. I used to drive my family crazy saying this, we have to recycle. So I want to continue doing that. But cutting oversized material into 2x2 squares. That might be difficult for older folks as well. I might have a difficulty time doing that with arthritis in my hands. I just start thinking of all these things that we want to encourage people, but you got to recognize where this might be difficult for some people, being able to do those sorts of things and lining them up. So I don't have a sidewalk in front of my house. We're directly on the street. And I can see that might be an issue also, because one of the things it says here is that it needs to be, so many feet from and available. My driveway is that pitch. I can't put this stuff in front of my driveway. It goes on the grass in front of my house. That might be a problem with the location. So I think I know that there's 70, but I think all of these little things is where you're gonna find people are gonna start going, wait a minute, this is gonna be tough. It's not just gonna be that 25% downtown. I think you'll find that there's gonna be a lot more questions and people have concerns about what you might not see it as a big thing, but they're all gonna see it as a thing. Because I immediately went to, there's no way this woman's taking a 96-gallon container down. And is that a 96-gallon container for that whole 3-unit building, so everybody's putting their trash in there? Or it's
one.
each individual apartment is gonna get that big?
One per unit.
Okay. Now, I personally have 1 bag of trash a month, so I probably could do, because we recycle everything, and we're very careful about what we do, and we compost and all of this, so there may be some thoughts around all of that as well. And then I know that if we want to look at composting more, maybe that's part of the education piece too, where people can go and compost and there'd be less weight in the trash.
We're starting to ask apartment owners that. Do you have room for a garden? Would you want to do that? Would you be interested in this? So residents and apartment owners.
Okay, thank you.
And to Councilor Scott's point, if apartment owner or apartment renters and homeowners wanted the 64-gallon, like they would be able to choose the size, correct?
The residents are getting 264s, and the apartment buildings, because there's such an excess in trash, usually, we're assigning 196, but they could get a 64, or you could decide 264s. We can decide those options. But I can see what you're saying, but the industrial wheels on these are very easy, as opposed to the trash cans that they might be using now. I went to look at Bangor's during the winter.
Yeah.
So they don't have the density is not an area that they pick up. They don't allow their downtown to go on the trash program. So I could only see like neighborhood areas that had, multiple cans, 14 of them lined up. And you could see they're kind of all over the place. And we'll get a little bit of that, but, kind of training them to get them in a tote would be the first thing, which is a rule now.
Councilor McCarthy just made a comment that I'll get run over. A size that barrel that size. I'm very short, so let's consider those things as well too, please.
We're concerned for your safety, Councilor Scott.
Yes, absolutely.
Councilor McCarthy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm having a hard time understanding the logic behind giving a 1 unit, a 96-gallon per unit in an apartment building, but a homeowner only gets a 64-gallon one. I don't understand. My thinking is that a homeowner would create more trash than an apartment renter. So I don't understand the logic.
You actually get 2 64s. So you get 130 gallons and they get a 96 gallon. So
They get 96 gallon. They're not going to get a recycling one?
only if it's requested, because the majority of apartment owners do not recycle.
Oh, maybe giving them a 64 will encourage them to.
Yeah, we'll like to do that, that's for sure. It is mandatory, but I've been talking with apartment owners, it's so hard to police, I guess, even for us to enforce. So there's challenges with that. But I think if a homeowner had a recycling cart, they're more likely to use it, would be to pay the $64 to go buy one.
I think
And there's a lot of residents that recycle.
the reality is I think 64 for the average homeowner would be big enough.
Oh, yeah.
And I think it would be big enough for the average apartment building owner if they just, put a little effort in. So, okay, thank you. Just curious about that.
Councilor Harriman.
Thank you. Kind of along those same lines, you had mentioned the possibility of adding in more multi-unit buildings to the program. And given I know there are costs involved and we have that cap of the pickups. But if we want to encourage recycling, this might be a way to do that, because if they're not on the city's program now, they're not recycling at all, I'm sure. It's just all going in a dumpster.
Good idea.
So
So if they
that-
wanted to join new, that the requirement would be that they recycle.
Maybe, maybe make that a requirement.
Good idea.
Just to promote that, because I was noticing the tonnage, and it just seemed extremely low. What, 1,000 tons, I think, a year of recycling? You know, for-
3,600 is the tons for recycling for a year.
Oh, 3,600?
Yeah.
Oh,
And
yeah.
it's, and that's
14
on a high year. It's usually lower than that
1450.
even.
Yeah, 1,450 in here, but for a, city of 37,000 people, that,
Oh, yeah, that's right. You guys had the
Very low.
updated.
so, yeah, that could encourage people to recycle more.
We need to recycle more, for sure.
Right,
Great idea.
thanks.
Councillor LaChapelle?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I applaud your excitement on this. You can see you're excited. Making it neater and cleaner. We have in code enforcement right now, we have a gentleman that can spend all day, every day, just on trash in the city of Lewiston. This is a great opportunity for us to change that. But let me, just my concern, my number one concern, this topic will be undoubtedly the largest topic to hit the city of Lewiston in the last 10 years. We think we have backlash on a homeless shelter or this or that or a new school. Baloney. This affects everybody, and you're going to have pushback. And this is going to be the largest thing to hit when we start talking about trash and forcing people, and when we start writing citations because stuff's, or not picking up trash because it's on the side of the road. This is going to be big. So my recommendation or my ask to the city administrator, any other workshop that we have, please do not have it for a half hour, because I know we could go on for another half hour. This has to be a minimum of an hour workshop, minimum. This is going to be big, folks. This is huge. So I have like 50 questions, but I will hold them off for later. But please schedule longer. Thank you.
Further comments from the council? Well, thank you both very much. We look forward to the future workshops.
Do you want me to sit here? I'm happy to be here. Yep. I'm happy to sit I did.
Yeah, we can take it. Councilors, we're going to take a brief minute here.
The field, excuse me, the tracking hub open until 10 p.m. and the orders at like 7 p.m. because Jason had said he wants everything shut.
Hello, we are back for another presentation. If you two can introduce yourselves and take it away.
Sure. My name's Nicole Welch. I'm the Recreation Director.
And Megan Bates, Deputy for Maintenance and Operations, Public Works.
And just for clarification, public's benefit, this is the discussion of proposed updates to athletic field use policy.
Yes, thank you. As you remember, a couple weeks ago, Megan and I were both here talking about the facility and park use policy, special amusement policy. Now this is the kind of the third installment, if you will. So this athletic field use policy, it was a collaboration through the Recreation Department, Public Works Department, and the Lewiston Public Schools has also had a chance to review these changes and such. Just know this is a working document, and some of the terminology and wording is contingent upon conversations during the city council meeting in the next couple of weeks. So there's flexibility in a lot of these wordings. Megan and I are going to talk about some of the general housekeeping items, more specific changes, and then also refer to some updates in the Appendix A. Appendix A is the piece of paper I handed out to you all before the meeting. It was accidentally left off of the workshop packet in the original posting. So, you want to talk about the first page? About the additional? No? Okay. Okay. So there are,
Talk a little bit about the,
Yeah, I just wanted to mention that the athletic field use policy, there is good communication between Public Works, the school department, and Recreation. Public Works fits in here because we maintain the fields. A lot of this policy that you'll see in front of you is based on on reservations and reserving the field and scheduling. And again, that communication goes from Recreation to Public Works, so we know when and how to maintain the fields.
and Recreation's position in this is we actually accept and process all the field registrations. So typically if somebody reaches out to the high school to reserve Joe DeShane's or a facility there or LAP, those automatically get referred to my position in the Recreation Department. So we're the ones that complete the invoices, complete the certificate of the COIs, and any facility and athletic use policy that has to be signed off on as well. So that's why it's kind of like a three-department shuffle when it comes to renting out and maintaining the athletic fields.
We have a separate policy, which is an agreement between public, we have two policies actually for field maintenance. And so one between Public Works and the Lewiston School Department, and one between the Recreation Department and the Public Works Department. And that really focuses on field maintenance.
So there's a couple of highlights I wanted to make on this policy to try and draw your attention to. The first one, on page 1, the top, you'll see that there was a variety of athletic field names added and some that were deleted. We added in the Coach Anita Murphy tennis courts, Auburn Savings Recreation Field, specifically named Bannon and Druin, and we took out some terminology that's no longer needed there. Number 2, as you remember in our last conversation, we did some updating regarding classification definitions for nonprofit, commercial, and government and non-government. So there's some updated terminology in there. On page 2, we discussed adding a hierarchy of use for the facilities. So number 1, we listed that Lewiston Public Schools will have priority on those fields. They are athletic fields, they're athletic complexes, so we wanted to make sure that the school programs had first priority on all of those. Even if, the middle school wants to schedule something, they just shoot me an email and I still put them on the reservation or on LAP or something. Number 2 would be all city and city recreation. Number 3 would be rentals, which we'll get to in a moment. And then at the bottom is just public use. Any questions so far? Okay. On page 4, section E, you'll see this is the public use piece. And this is some of the terminology here that's kind of contingent on conversations that we'll be having later on today. Again, it's fluid and it can be changed how we need to before it gets approved on in the future at the city council meeting. I also wanted to just reference section D. Again, that kind of reviews what Megan and I were talking about, how things get rented. So the Recreation Department, if there's a program, if there's a clinic, trainings, they all need a rental agreement with the city. And again, that includes all invoices, that includes COIs, and all signed agreements. Number 4. Oh, sorry. Next one is page 6. Page 6, number 8, it's the addition of some inclusive language that mirrors what we also added in the facility and park use policy. Also on page 6, you'll see that there's about a page and a half of terminology and wording that's completely removed. A lot of this is outdated, for those of you who've been in the city for a while, you might remember that there used to be a lot of softball leagues, and Randall Road was used a lot. When we were reviewing this, we're not seeing that anymore. There are some adult softball leagues, some are in Auburn, some in Lewiston, but it's not the overwhelming response that has been in the past. So a lot of this terminology has to do with, priorities. And, for example, if you look in letter H on page 6, number 2, it says, teams will not be granted more than one practice session within any 7-day period. If the fields are open, I will happily rent them to anybody. So again, and there are things like that in here are no longer relevant. So also like letter I, it says, due to extensive use of softball fields by city-sponsored men's and co-eds league. Again, that's taken out because there's no longer extensive use happening over on those Randall Road fields. But everything regarding Lewiston leagues, those fell under the Lewiston Recreation and City use a couple pages back. So the terminology for the recreation and city use is still in there, it's just phrased differently. Are there any questions on there before we start talking about the Appendix A recommendations?
Councilor Pease?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just have a couple of basic ones. I know there's been an issue with cleaning up after. Is there any way we can charge a deposit that would cover cleanup costs, and it gets returned to them after it's been checked and made sure that it was been picked up and cleaned up?
Yep, we do have the option to charge a facility cleaning fee. Unfortunately, a lot of the litter or personal belongings that are being left behind, it's not being done after these rentals. So if somebody is, I'm just going to use an example. If somebody is renting the Joe DeShane's on a Sunday night for some adult soccer programs, if I get a phone call from Jason in the morning, say Jason Fuller, who's the athletic director for the high school, saying, hey, X, Y, and Z wasn't taken care of, or there was a mess, I then have the opportunity to go back to that renter, make a phone call and say, hey, we had to do some extra work to clean up after your rental. Here's X, Y, and Z charges. But a lot of the trash and disruptions that are happening right now are not associated with the rental. It's more of the general public use coming out and leaving the messes. So I don't have anybody to charge that fee to.
Okay, the other thing I was curious about is I want to lease a field for Monday of 1 week, Tuesday of another week, Thursday of another week, and I don't want to book them right off. Can I do multiple bookings at the same time?
As long as the field is available, we have time to prep the field. You have a certificate of insurance, you signed off the facility agreement, and we've ran it by the high school to make sure that there's no other programs going up there. Yep, people can definitely do that.
Well, the only reason I ask that is you get a group that wants to have it all the time, and then it doesn't let anybody else get there on those days if they book so far in advance that the field's never available for them.
Yeah. In general, you get to know who the typical renters are going to be. You have seasonally, I mean, just like, in the fall, there's going to be a lot of soccer and football and such and field hockey. In the spring, it's more baseball, softball, track and field. So we kind of know who's going to be coming around annually to rent the field specifically. But if there is, I'm going to call it like a one-off rental where someone we didn't know is kind of coming into the community, wants to rent the facility, we're happy to work with them as long as the field's available and we have the staff to manage it.
And we do have fields that do not require reservation, so there are options.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Councilor LaChapelle?
Thank you. A quick question in regards to like LNA Youth Soccer and the other soccer programs. This rental part does not apply to them, I'm assuming. So if they want to practice for an hour, you know, we have a game on Sunday, Thursday night, we're having a quick practice.
Yeah.
They can coordinate with you. I used to go over at McMahon School on the side before there was a parking lot, and we'd practice there.
Yeah.
So I'm assuming we're not looking at charging people for something like that.
So, yeah, so right now, I'm going to use like either them or Lewiston Area Youth Football Association. Again, that's one of those annually, we expect that email. So in the next couple of months, we're going to receive an email from them saying, hey, are we okay to use X, Y, and Z dates again? And then we follow through with that rental. We'll have to give me a certificate of insurance, sign off a facility use agreement, and then per the current athletic use policy, there's no charge for any Lewiston nonprofit to use grass fields. If they're trying to use, again, as the policy is written right now, if they want to use the turf fields, there is a charge for nonprofit using the turf fields.
I'm just talking for a practice facility for the kids to.
Yep.
No, not a pickup, it's just the coach is there and we're doing basic drills in preparation for Sunday's game.
Yep.
It's usually an hour, hour and a half, and they'll range anywhere from 5-year-olds to actually middle school. And then there's no longer in a program, it's up to the school system. So those are not, they're not going to be any fees for those people to practice on a Wednesday night or a Thursday night or something to that effect.
As it is right now, correct.
Right. And there's not going to, as it is
Well,
right
that's
now,
Appendix A, which we'll get to in a moment.
but there's not going to be in the future. Correct?
Yep, it's to the jurisdiction of the city council. So I'm going to make there's part of the Appendix A that does talk about a little increase of fees, but it was something I was proposing as part of a way to support the porta potty rentals, to support the increase of field usage. It's similar to the conversation we had about the facility and park agreement, where we are charging nonprofits and local nonprofits a small fee, just so that way they are, because I mean, if they're using a porta potty, it still costs money to clean the porta potty. If they are using our soccer nets or
I
the
hear
fields
all
and
of that.
such.
I know where I live, I know what I pay for taxes, and if I'm volunteering to coach the kids' team and we want an hour's time on a school, again, I kept on picking on McMahon because that was just in my district and that's where we did it. I would be some ripped if they said, no, there's a $25 fee to use that ground. That doesn't float with me at all, and this is volunteer, you're putting the kids, they're getting out there, yeah, and there was never a porta potty out there for the 15 years I coached. You had the woods. So it's, yeah, I'm not in favor at all of charging any fees. Now, if we're having a tournament or something like that, and that's a different story. But if a regular practice for citizens of Lewiston that are coming in, and it's organized, it's part of the group. This is not a pickup game. This is part of an association. Actually, in your T-ball, my grandchildren are playing in Little League, so where were they practicing this year? They were using different fields.
Yep, and those T-ball players, they pay a registration fee, and so basically any youth organization that comes in to use the city fields right now, they don't pay anything, again, like for a practice. Anybody who registers in Lewiston recreation programs, there is a fee that they have to pay, and right now, a percentage of the field maintenance fees all come out of the revenue that is brought in by the Lewiston Recreation Youth T-ball. So your grandson who's playing T-ball, they did pay for the porta potties because a portion of the program revenue
Correct, but they didn't
go
pay
to that.
$25 every time they had to go out and have a practice. They didn't pay $25 if they wanted to have a practice on a Tuesday night.
No, I'd say it's, depending on how much a program was, they pay like $3 an hour per person towards the field. So there's a percentage that does get set aside from program revenue that gets put towards any athletic field maintenance.
Okay. I just have issues with that, and we'll deal with it after. Thank you.
Councillor Scott, did you have something?
I did, and I'll be quick about this. So first off, I just want to address that there were several comments made over the weekend in respect to why is the city council discussing this and not the school committee. So I just want to just notice that at the very beginning in the first paragraph, these are fields that are owned by the city. That's why the city council is discussing it. I wanted to put that out there so the public understands what's going on with that. For the public use piece, when we talk about the Franklin Athletic Complex competition track, and then the tennis courts being open and available Monday through Sundays, 5 a.m. to 10 p.m., and I don't want to get into the next thing that we'll be discussing, but is that going to be discussed in that piece? Because I'm thinking that that's part of the language we need to talk about. Okay, all right, I'll hold off on that then, thank you. Thank you.
Please continue.
Okay, so now we're going to jump into the Appendix A piece, which talks about any changes or potential proposals to changes in the field use fees. So if you look, so we're going to be keeping government and Lewiston Public Schools still exempt use for the fields. Lewiston nonprofits, let's start with the Franklin pasture, which is the first side on the left. We were not making any recommendation changes for turf field for either per hour or for the lights. I am making a recommendation that we drop the commercial fee. Right now, per field per hour, it's $165. There's a recommendation that we drop that to $130. With lights, it's currently at $225, and the recommendation is that it gets dropped to $195.
I'm sorry, one second. Can you define what commercial means in this context? Like,
So
who's the renter there?
Yep, so the commercial would be like an outside entity. So if the Maples wanted to, rent a athletic complex, so they'd be considered a commercial entity, or a for-profit business, or anybody who's making money off of that event.
Thank you.
You're welcome. That recommendation comes from the fact that we talked to a lot of renters who want to use the facility, and based on feedback that we've received as a department, we think we're pricing ourselves out a little bit of potential new renters and rental opportunities. It's, only $30 an hour doesn't seem like a lot, but if you're looking to rent a turf facility for 5, 6, 7 hours, it adds up a lot. So that's why that recommendation is being made there. If you look on the right side, under all other athletic facilities, that means basically the grass fields and Randall Road. So Franklin Pasture, that's just Joe DeShane's, Don Rue, and the track. The grass fields, which is all other athletic facilities, that includes Bannon, that includes Druin, Randall Roads, and LAP. So right now, the government and city of Lewiston and Lewiston Public Schools are exempt. This is when I was making a recommendation of $10 per hour. So if they're renting the fields for one Tuesday night for an hour, it's $10. And again, that money will go back towards, recouping costs for maintenance and everything else I was talking about a couple minutes ago. And it also mirrors what we talked about in the facility use and park use policy about charging nonprofits a nominal fee. And then also leaving the Lewiston nonprofit game, Lewiston nonprofit school, and commercial fees the same.
Councilor Harriman?
Thank you. I guess I'm just not sure about reducing the cost for commercial users and then increasing it for nonprofit users. It seems to me like these are ultimately public facilities, and the residents and local groups should be, have higher priority and lower cost. And I realize they still would have lower cost, but if someone is renting the field to make money on it, I think they can handle a little bit higher fee. And I would agree with Councilor LaChapelle that local nonprofits, I realize there's a cost to maintaining things, but to increase their fee and then reduce the commercial fee, I just don't really see the logic in that. Thank you.
Councilor McCarthy?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have to echo what Councilor LaChapelle talked about. I too have coached my kids and my grandkids, and finding a place to practice is tough enough, but to actually charge coaches to let the teams practice on a practice field is is not right, and I will not support that at all. I am totally against that. We have parents, it's tough enough to get parents to coach, and then if you're going to put that responsibility onto them, on top of that, then what's going to happen is the kids aren't going to get practice. They'll get to play on Sunday and that's it, and they lose the ability to improve their skills if we can't give them a free place to practice. So I'm all against charging any nonprofit to practice on a field.
Councillor Scott.
Can I make a suggestion? Instead of lowering the commercial cost per field per hour to 130, lower it to 140, and that takes away the cost of the $10 for the nonprofit. And you're still lowering the cost and being competitive from 165 to 140, and we don't have to worry about the nonprofit practice costs.
And the one thing that's a great idea. So all money that comes in for the Franklin pasture, that actually goes into a separate account. So all revenue that's brought in for Franklin Pasture Complex, so the track, Druin, and Don Rue, that money gets put away into a different account. So that way, when the fields need to be refurbished, that money is available. All other athletic facilities in the grass field, so that $10 will be good for the turf, but it doesn't right now directly offset the use and the maintenance for the grass fields.
Okay, understood. I guess my concern with lowering the fee, you're saying we're not competitive at 165 and we're not booking as many hours as we could be. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes.
Okay. And then, but let's say we did lower it to the 130, 140, whatever the case may be. Are we still covering our costs and then making a little bit on that? For instance, we could rent out, let's say with lights, 195. So does that 195 an hour, does that cover what our expenses?
So that money doesn't actually go towards the expense of the field maintenance. That money all just goes into a savings account for down the road when Franklin Pasture has to be repaired.
Okay.
For
I guess, but
replacement.
you can see where I'm going with this. If we rent it out to organization X, and just for fun, it's $500, but we incur $600 worth of expenses to rent them. We've just lost $100. To rent it out to a commercial entity that, if we didn't rent it out to them, we could be saving on the wear and tear and whatever other expenses there could be. Are you following?
Yes, I am. Yeah.
Okay, all right. I guess I want to make sure that if we're renting out to commercial entities, the cost that we're charging is covering our costs.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Councilor LaChapelle?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and we're going to run into a time situation again, and I hope we can bring this up again later on and have another workshop on it. I think we should address the issue is, should we be renting out our turf fields, period, at all? And I'd like more information on what's the life expectancy of one of these turf fields. Is it by use, or is it by the weather that dries it out? What dictates and what is an average lifespan of one of these turfs? And if we've spent millions of dollars on it as a city, should we be renting it out at all? I have great concerns. I don't care if it's $500 an hour. If it costs $4 million to redo the surface, who cares about the $500 an hour? We're not going to generate enough revenue to bring that back. So I have another question, whether any of these should be rented out only and just reserved for the schools or something to that effect. So I'd like some answers on that and have another workshop on it, because I'm not prepared to vote on anything right now because I have too many questions and we're running out of time. So that's just my
We'll
feeling.
get those answers to you.
Thank you.
Yes. Any comments from the council at this point? Anything further you'd like to add?
Nope, we'll report back at a later time. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, everyone, for coming. Our council meeting is supposed to start in 2 minutes, but in fact, we'll take a few minutes longer than that, but we'll be back with you shortly. Hello, welcome to our Lewiston City Council meeting. We'll begin, and we're going to kick things off with the Pledge of Allegiance, and we have Firefighter Valley here to lead us. Thank you, Mr. Valley. I appreciate it. And thank you for your service to our city. We are going to be kicking things off with Lewiston Leads, and yeah, so I'll head down to the podium. Can I have Mr. Stoudemire join us? Good evening, everyone, and thank you for being here, Craig. Craig Stoudemire has been an influential member of our community for over 20 years, focusing on the complex and challenging problem of housing in Lewiston and throughout Maine. Starting with his time as a student at Bates College, he began by documenting the Lewiston community in his films, and then after graduation, began advocacy work surrounding housing and neighborhood development. In 2008, he co-founded Raise Up, one of the very first housing cooperatives in Maine, and co-founded Housing Justice Maine, which advocates for housing as a human right in public policy making. Craig has served the city from the beginning. He was elected as the city councilor for Ward 5, serving from 2012 to 2014, and has co-chaired the Shelter Committee and Complete Streets Committee. In addition to his role as cooperative development organizer at Raise Up, he serves on the Lewiston Housing Committee. He is the current president of the subsidiary housing corporations of Community Concepts, and is the current board member of the subsidiary housing corporation of Lewiston Housing. Within Lewiston Housing, he is primarily tasked with developing the choice neighborhood properties, such as Wedgwood, which breaks ground soon. Housing is such a pressing and timely issue in Lewiston and in our country as a whole. By tackling this issue head-on, Craig Stoudemire is doing incredible, impactful work for our community. We're fortunate that Craig fell in love with Lewiston after attending Bates. Thank you for staying. I know he's from New York, right? I know he's from New York, but this evening we are claiming him for Lewiston, and I proudly present Craig Stoudemire with this Lewiston Leads Challenge coin. Congratulations.
3, 2, 1. Nice. One more. 3, 2, 1. Thank you.
I would like to invite up Councilor LaChapelle.
Mr. Royer, can I have you join me in the front? For those of you who are here for the first time, the Lewiston Leads program started about a year ago, and it gave us an opportunity as the counselors to recognize some of the outstanding people in our community, both titans of the industry and people that just do an enormous amount of work. And this is my choice for tonight. Mr. Roger Royer. Bork's Market has a unique distinction of being the oldest grocery store in the city of Lewiston, opening in 1930 on the same location. Mr. Royer started with the company in 1965. A few years later, he became a partner with Mr. Bork. In 1975, they opened their second location on Pine Street. The former Carbonell's Market was a perfect fit for the company because of the long-standing commitment to the surrounding neighborhood. For years, Mr. Royer worked 7 days a week and usually worked 70 to 80 hours per week. His hard work and dedication has made Bork's Market an institution in Lewiston. I asked him how his business changed when Hannaford moved next door to him. He said, "That's when you have to work harder." Over his 51 years of ownership at Bork's, he has employed thousands of people from our city. Mr. Royer has particularly enjoyed working with all the young people, many of them starting their first jobs ever at Bork's. Over the years, he has been involved in the Junior Chamber of Commerce, as well as served on the Board of Directors of Maine Family Credit Union. And of course, throughout these decades, he has donated both product and money to just about every organization in the Twin Cities. At the young age of 83, he is still working 40 hours a week, by the way. At the young age of 83, Mr. Royer has been married for 60 years to his wife, Terry, whom he credits as the rock of the company. They have 3 beautiful daughters and 7 grandchildren. They are a wonderful family that is always looking forward to helping someone in need. Lewiston is a better place because of the Royer family.
Three, two, one. One more. 3, 2, 1. Thank you.
Another round of applause for our Lewiston leads. We have a number of presentations here this evening, and we're going to, I believe it's World Refugee. Yes, we're going to start off with World Refugee Day. So here we have a proclamation recognizing 2023 World Refugee Day. Whereas World Refugee Day is an international day designated by the United Nations to honor refugees around the globe, and this year's theme is Hope Away from Home. And whereas World Refugee Day celebrates the strength and courage of people forced to flee their home country to escape conflict or persecution, and whereas, according to the United Nations, every minute 20 people leave everything behind to escape war, persecution, or terror, and whereas World Refugee Day is an occasion to build empathy and understanding about their experiences and to recognize their resilience in rebuilding their lives, and whereas Lewiston is home to individuals who have sought a peaceful place to raise their families, start businesses, attend college, engage in community, and enjoy quality of life, and whereas Lewiston's diversity is a positive attribute within our city, and World Refugee Day provides a meaningful reflection upon all who make Lewiston a great place to be, and whereas we can all learn from each other's journey in life as a united community working together both now and in the future, now therefore I call L. Shalene as Mayor of Lewiston to hereby recognize June 20th, 2023 as World Refugee Day within the city of Lewiston and celebrate the presence of each individual who resides in our community. Thank you so much. I think it would be appropriate to get a photo with the City Council. Yeah, if the City Council can join me in front of the dais here.
Oh, really lovely. 3, 2, 1. One more. 3, 2. Thank you.
Guitars.
And now we have Bourgeois guitar. I think we have Dana here, Chris, and a whole bunch of people from Bourgeois guitar. If you can all come up, that would be great. And for the public's benefit, Dana Bourgeois is the CEO and founder, and Christopher Fleming, my apologies, is president and COO. So recently, you won Manufacturer of the Year from Maine Association of Manufacturers, correct? Perfect. We have the right proclamation then. So proclaiming June as Bourgeois Guitar Month in Lewiston. Whereas Lewiston is a city open for business and Bourgeois Guitars is a stellar example of success in our community, and whereas for 50 years musicians worldwide have benefited from the meticulous craftsmanship of Bourgeois instruments, And whereas Bourgeois contributes to our economic growth and vibrancy, and its business practices, innovative processes, technological advances, and productivity enhancements have recently been lauded by the Manufacturers Association of Maine. And whereas, due to Bourgeois Qatar's multifaceted success, philanthropy, and commitment to quality jobs, the association has deemed the company Maine Manufacturer of the Year, right here in Lewiston. And whereas its growth, employer excellence, sustainability, and dedication to community and the manufacturing industry has indeed made Bourgeois a model business, and whereas the Manufacturer of the Year distinction highlights Bourgeois Qatar of Lewiston, Maine as a standout example of achievement within Maine's manufacturing ecosystem, and whereas the City of Lewiston is very fortunate to have such a respected, renowned business in its midst, its beautifully built guitars have helped shape the sound of acoustic guitar for decades. Now, therefore, I, Carl L. Shaleen, as Mayor of Lewiston, Maine, do hereby recognize June 2023 as Bourgeois Guitar Month in Lewiston and extend congratulations upon its business success and recent award.
Ready? 3, 2, 1. One more. 3, 2, 1. Thank you all.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Thank you. I believe we have two food court service members here, Eliza Guyon and Ellie Vance. If you can please join me. How do you pronounce Quinn's last name? Shock. Say it again? Shock. Quinn Shock, we miss you terribly. So we are going to be recognizing the contribution of Food Corps. Whereas Food Corps, in collaboration with St. Mary's Nutrition Center in Lewiston, provides education and about nutrition, sustainability, cooking, and gardening for students at Montello and McMahon Elementary Schools. And whereas Food Corps works to increase access to nutritional food for students, and after many taste tests within the Lewiston schools done by service members Quinn Shock, Eliza Guyon, and Ellie Vance, they instituted culturally relevant meals at the district level, which includes chicken sukar, thank you, halal chicken, a fish recipe, and Somali rice. And whereas Food Corps service members Eliza Guyon was awarded a total of $15,000 in grant money to update the McMahon School Garden, which included putting in wood chips and building new garden beds. And whereas Food Corps service member Ellie Vance assisted a Montello science teacher in designing and implementing outdoor education curriculum for every student at Montello, approximately 450, to do outdoor classes in the school garden. And whereas Food Corps has had service members in place at Lewiston Public Schools for over 6 years, and that relationship will be continuing this fall with the addition of Geiger Elementary. It's important to note that during the last school year, Food Corps service members provided 4,179.5 hours of direct service hours. And whereas Food Corps has created lasting change within the Lewiston Public School System, with Connors and McMahon Elementary Schools graduating from the Food Corps program, resulting in permanent staff dedicated to food and garden education. And whereas the City of Lewiston is fortunate to have the knowledge and expertise of Food Corps within our community, and as educating the next generation about food and promoting good nutrition is extremely valuable. Now, therefore, I, Carl L. Shaleen, Mayor of the City of Lewiston, officially thank Food Corps service members for their vast educational, hands-on work within our community.
Ready? 3, 2, 1. One more. 3, 2, 1. Thank you all.
You guys are going to see Quinn's soon. We now have a presentation for the Lewiston Youth Advisory Council Senior, presentation of a $1,000 scholarship from the Lewiston Firefighters Association. If I can have Alyssa join me up here, as well as we have firefighters here. If you can all come up, that would be wonderful. As we're all coming up, just a little bit about this. The Lewiston Firefighters Association annually provides a $1,000 community service scholarship to a deserving Lewiston Youth Advisory Council graduating senior to use towards education, continuing education. This evening, we are recognizing the 2023 recipient, Alyssa Netto, a 3-year member of the Youth Council who is currently serving as the chair. I also want to point out that in addition to this scholarship, the LFA is also the annual financial sponsor of the Youth Council, and we greatly appreciate their belief in youth and generosity. Alyssa, whose tenure on the Youth Council concludes mid-July, recently graduated from Lewiston High School as both a member of the National Honor Society and the National Technical Honor Society. She is also a shift leader at Sam's Italian. Dottie put that in. In the fall, she will be heading to Southern Maine Community College to pursue a nursing degree. She will also be playing softball at the collegiate level. In her application, Alyssa said that, and I quote, "Being a part of the Youth Council is one of my proudest achievements. I had always been a shy person, but over the last 3 years, I have grown as a person and a leader thanks to the council. I slowly grew and learned the ins and outs of leadership role, and being able to be chair of the council this year has been an amazing time for me. I am doing things I never thought possible." Besides youth council involvement, Alyssa has volunteered at many places to include autism awareness events, social learning center, Greater Androscoggin Humane Society, and the Dempsey Challenge. A round of applause for Alyssa Netto. And we have this that I'll be quickly reading. Lewiston Firefighters Association 2023 Community Service Scholarship presented to Alyssa Netto. The 2023 Community Service Scholarship in the amount of $1,000 is presented to Alyssa Netto as a high school graduate and a Lewiston Youth Advisory Council member who is actively engaged within her community. During her tenure, her enthusiasm, leadership, and unwavering dedication represented the city of Lewiston in an exemplary manner. On behalf of Lewiston Firefighters Association, signed by Nick Blay, the secretary. And I appreciate all of you for coming out this evening. Thank you so much. We're going to get a quick picture.
Do you want to get in the middle? The two of you right here. Yep. And then, Ms. Netto, if you can get in the middle, there you go.
Okay.
Three.
Maybe they didn't want it. Maybe it was too shy.
3, 2, 1. Ready? Thanks.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
That's it. Yeah, nicely done.
Madam Clerk, I believe we're ready to begin.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. The next item, all roll call votes for this meeting will begin with the Councilor of Ward 1.
May I have a motion to accept the minutes? So moved. Councilor LaChapelle, second by Councilor Pease. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Councilor from Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7-0. The next item is public comment, Mr. Mayor.
Yes. Any member of the public may make comments regarding issues pertaining to Lewiston City Government. This period is reserved for non-agenda items. Public comment is also allowed during individual agenda items. Public comment is limited to 3 minutes per person. Please state your name for the record, and please indicate if you are a Lewiston resident. Because this is the business meeting of the City Council, all questions should be directed to the mayor, who will ask staff to follow up at a future time. It is illegal for the City Council to allow comments related to personnel matters. All personnel complaints should be made directly to the City Administration Office. Seeing no public comment, Madam Clerk, agenda item number 1.
Sure. Item number 1, public hearing on a renewal application for a special amusement permit for live entertainment for Obscura, 108 Lisbon Street. Requested action to grant a special amusement permit for live entertainment for Obscura, 108 Lisbon Street.
May I have
So
a motion,
moved.
please? Councilor McCarthy, seconded by Councilor Pease? Yes. Discussion. Councilor Scott.
Thank you. Since they're on the agenda tonight, I just wanted to recognize that they had their one-year anniversary Saturday evening. I'm sorry that I wasn't able to attend. I was not in town. But I will tell anybody that wants an excellent sandwich or, just an excellent environment to hang out in, go check out Obscura. They're pretty amazing. And I'm glad they've been here a year, and I hope they're here, like Bork's Market, for the next 50 years.
I did manage to visit them this Saturday evening for their anniversary party, and just so you all know, I celebrated responsibly. Further discussion from the council? Public comment for this agenda item? Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Councilor from Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7-0.
Agenda item number 2.
Item number 2, public hearing for approval of outdoor music event entitled Community Appreciation Day, hosted by the Church of Safe Injection. Excuse me. Requested action to conduct a public hearing on an application from the Church of Safe Injection for an outdoor music event to be held at Kennedy Park on July 15th, and to authorize a permit for an outdoor entertainment event as required by the City Code of Ordinances, Chapter 10, Article 1, Section 10-3, to the applicant for the outdoor music event, contingent upon positive recommendations from the Police Department, Fire Department, Code Land Use Officer, and Code Health Officer regarding compliance with all regulations and compliance with all city ordinances.
So moved.
Councilor Pease, seconded by Councilor Jelinas. Discussion? Councilor Pease?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just had one question, and I brought it up earlier with the athletic fields and that, is security deposits. Are we collecting any type of security deposits for cleaning up after, just to make sure that it gets done?
There's a $50 application fee that is collected, and part of the policy states you'll return the park or whatever location in the same condition that you received it. So when we have these open fields, we don't charge an additional fee. When we talk about the turf fields and things like that, or inside the armory, places like that, there's more of a deposit that's paid for that.
Yeah, well, I was just thinking about, like, this event is in Kennedy Park. It's very visible. I'd just like to make sure that it's kept, clean and everything.
Yeah, that's in the application, that they will pick up their trash, carry in, carry out, is expected of all of these events that you folks approve.
Okay, thank you.
Public comment for this agenda item? Back to the council. Councilor LaChapelle?
Mr. Mayor, thank you. Last year, we have a lot of these park questions come in front of us, and I blindly just approved some of them. I've really started reading into them more, and I have, to my core, a problem with giving out safe injections and paraphernalia. And I know this probably stirred controversy, but I just don't believe that's something that we, as a city, should be supporting and pushing forward. If they want to start passing stuff out on their own property, I guess that's their business. But on the public property and public lands, we have a massive problem right now in our city, and I, for one, cannot support this organization or this event, so I will be voting no on it.
Councilor Scott? Or, my apologies, Councilor Harriman?
Thank you. I believe this event is just having music and educational trainings, speakers, and a barbecue. I don't know if this group has done it before, but yeah, I don't believe that there is any, it doesn't mention in the application at least that there's any sort of paraphernalia being handed out or anything. So I believe it's just entertainment and education and a celebration.
Councillor Jelinek.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to respond a little bit. I mean, folks know, my colleagues know that this is an area that I've done a lot of research in, for sure. And admittedly, you know, I had my reservations before I did the research and really understood what harm reduction was. This is a group that actually has done some pretty good work in terms of like the educational trainings for what harm reduction really means. You know, it is a pathway to recovery, and I think that, you know, for me, I admitted that I didn't know a lot about it and really had to research a lot about it, and it's, you know, I'm glad to hear that you have. It sounds like you've done some research as well, Councillor LaChapelle, and while I hear your opinion, I would, you know, say that as someone that's really been pushing forth a recovery-friendly community, this is something that I'm going to wholeheartedly endorse.
I appreciate that, Councillor Jelinek. For the public's benefit, Councillor Jelinek and I co-chaired the Substance Use Recovery Committee, and she's right. Harm reduction is incredibly important, and fully support Church and Safe Injection and this event. And I urge the council to pass it. Further comments? Councillor Clement.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I tend to agree with Councillor LaChapelle on this. My background and training says that we don't encourage violations of law. There are currently several bills before our legislature in Augusta dealing with harm reduction health centers, places where one may consume mushrooms, that sort of thing, and I just don't cotton to it. Giving people a pass if they're involved in this, if somebody does harm themselves, you know, I just don't see it, and therefore I can't approve of this. I think if one looks into the history of this organization, one will find that there have been some problems in the past, and I can't agree with it. So therefore, I will not vote to approve. Thank you.
Councillor Herman.
Thank you. I just wanted to add that I reached out to the Church of Safe Injection about this event, and they mentioned that a Hand Up and Recovery Connections of Maine, Tri-County Mental Health Services, and St. Mary's are all planning to attend as well. And, you know, it's really meant as an educational and inspirational sort of event. So yeah, I would encourage all my colleagues to support it. It's really something that our community needs.
We have a few people here. Is Nicole here today? Do we? Or Zoe? Okay. Further comments from the council? Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Council from Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
No.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
No.
Ward 5?
No.
Ward 6?
No.
Ward 7?
Yes.
Motion failed by a vote of 3 to 4.
Agenda item number 3.
Item number 3, public hearing for approval of outdoor music event entitled Survive, hosted by Christ One Ministries. Requested action to conduct a public hearing on an application from Christ One Ministries for an outdoor music event to be held at Kennedy Park on September 9th, and to authorize a permit for an outdoor entertainment event as required by the City Code of Ordinances, Chapter 10, Article 1, Section 10-3, to the applicant for the outdoor music event contingent upon positive recommendations from the Police Department, Fire Department, Code Land Use Officer, and Code Health Officer regarding compliance with all regulations and compliance with all city ordinances.
So
Have a
moved.
motion, please. Councillor McCarthy, seconded by Councillor Pease. Discussion. Councillor Clement.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would ask City Administration whether or not this type of activity has ever been vetted by legal to see whether or not we incur any crossover between government and religious approval, that sort of thing.
I don't believe it's gone in front of the city attorney. However, this is a repeat event. They've done this event at Kennedy Park last year and years prior to this.
If it's never been vetted, then I think it's high time we do that, perhaps, before we, I mean, I would hate to see us picked up by somebody who has an aversion to religious activity, saying we have no business approving, sponsoring, or having these events. I'm not against it personally, but I just don't want the city to incur the liability of of a lawsuit or something in that regard. Thank you.
Councillor LaChapelle.
Might I recommend possibly moving forward on this and just pass these scenarios as a general umbrella to our city attorney, just to have a look at, and maybe not hold up this event right here, but just a general question and for coverage.
I'll concur with that, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor McCarthy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I attended last year's event, and it was a very positive event, and I will be supporting this moving forward. Thank you.
Councillor Scott.
Thank you. So, I'm not a big fan of the Church of Safe Injections. I really don't know a lot about it. I got to be honest with you. I think I should do more research too. But I saw that as an event that was happening in our park. I'm also not a Christian. I'll readily put that out there. I grew up a Catholic. I don't know that I would ever attend this event either. And I don't understand why we're differentiating between the two. In my eyes, an event in the park, there are all sorts of events we have every year, all sorts of events we have in different parks that are entertainment for different groups of people in a diverse community that we live in. I personally am going to support this one just like I supported the last one, whether I agree with it or not, because I see it as an event that some people do support in our community. And I don't know, I just have a little bit of an issue that we're picking one, but the other one seems to be okay. I would have more of an issue personally myself of going to something that had ministry in it than I would the other event. But I wasn't going to say anything about that, but all of a sudden this seems to have become something that we're all talking about. So I just wanted to put that out there. I just think that, you know, if we have events in our community, unless there's something that's detrimental, and our police department, all of these events are vetted by our fire department, our police department, to ensure that they're safe events, they're events that have happened in the past. I think we should encourage it, whether we agree with the situation or not. Thank you.
We're heading to public comment for this agenda item. And back to the council.
Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Clement.
Thank you. To Councillor Scott's point, I'm not objecting to this particular item. What I am asking is that we have a legal opinion as to whether or not we are favoring one religion over another, that sort of thing. As you probably well know from watching the news, all of these issues arise continually. When it comes to having a Christmas tree on government land or public land, that is a violation of one person's religious rights. I just don't want to see us embroiled in any controversy. I'm not going to vote against this, particularly where they've had it in the past. But that's what I'm trying to find out, is are we opening ourselves up to a problem? If we are, then we need to talk about it. If not, then go ahead. Thank you.
Further comment from the council. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Counselor from Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7-0.
Agenda item number 5.
Item number 5, public hearing and final passage regarding an amendment to the animals ordinance, reducing length of animal leash in city parks and playgrounds during public events and other housekeeping items. Requested action that the proposed amendment to the City Code of Ordinances, Chapter 14, Animals, pertaining to the length of animal leashes receive final passage by a roll call vote.
May I have a motion? Councillor Pease.
Second.
Second by Councillor Harriman. And for the record, that was agenda item number 4, not 5. My apologies. Discussion from the council. Oh, thank you. Megan, would you like to kick us off?
Yes, I'm Megan Bates, Deputy for Maintenance and Operations for Public Works. This is the second reading. I don't believe that there were any concerns for these particular revisions. They just highlighted reducing the leashes during events from 8 feet to 4 feet, so pet owners could have more control of their animal in large public settings, and also a couple of times and locations during the week for owners to have their dogs off leash.
Thank you, Deputy Director Bates. Further comment from the council? Public comment? Back to the council. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Counselor from Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7 to 0.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Now we are up to agenda item number 5.
Item number 5, public hearing and first passage regarding an amendment to the Parks and Recreation Ordinance to change the time for the closure of various city parks and school grounds, as well as other housekeeping-related items. Requested action, that the proposed amendments to the City Code of Ordinances, Chapter 54, Parks and Recreation, regarding the change in time for the closure of various city parks and school grounds, receive first passage by a roll call vote, and to continue the public hearing to the next regularly scheduled City Council meeting.
So moved.
Motion, please, Councilor McCarthy, second by Councilor LaChapelle. And just for the public's benefit, Madam Clerk, this is we're going back to a first reading for this because we have made substantial changes, correct?
Yes, sir, correct.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Discussion from the council? Councilor Pease.
It's just a question. Is it, the park's going to close at 8:30 a.m.? Or is it p.m.?
Megan, why don't you review the changes? Yes, okay. So I apologize for some of the items that were left out of this ordinance. We did leave out some properties, Coach Anita Murphy Coach Anita Murphy Courts at 156 East Avenue. It's part of Franklin Pasture, but in a different setting. And it was renamed, I believe, about a year ago. Adding Druin Field at 91 Jefferson and Bannon Druin Field at the same location, 91 Jefferson. There were some concerns last reading regarding the closing of some of the parks. It was recommended that we go to the table again and bring forward some other recommendations. So I'd like to start, if I could please, with the Franklin Pasture Complex, specifically Don Rue Field and Joe DeShane Field at Franklin Pasture. These are the artificial turf fields, and we are recommending that they be closed to the public and be available by reservation only. The exceptions, as we discussed earlier in the athletic field policy, were for recreational programs and school department programs and by reservation only. We have Jason Foley here this evening that could maybe answer some of your concerns that you shared with us last time. But I would just like to give a quick summary of where we came to this decision. There have been considerable vandalism issues there, the cost of repairs. We have to consider the life expectancy of this artificial turf and replacement costs. There has been a huge amount of garbage and damage to the facility. We don't really have any assigned staff to police it at this time. We do plan, as city staff plan, on placing the signage that we need with future funding requests to raise the height of the fence in these two locations. We'd like to try to push the play to the play traffic, if you will, to Auburn Savings Recreation Field. And there are other options in this city. We have Samard Payne, Sunnyside Park, Montello, and again, as I mentioned, Auburn Recreation Field. And again, that would be for Don Rue and Joe DeShane Field at Franklin Pasture. I can continue, or you can maybe just, if you would like to discuss these two fields first.
Maybe just finish, and then we can just go from there.
Okay. Franklin Track and Field, we are recommending that it be closed to the public from 7 p.m. to 5 a.m. And basically for the same reasons. We know that people, the public, like to use the track, but we still are having issues with vandalism and garbage and policing. So that's the recommendation that we are putting forward for Franklin Track and Field. Coach Anita Murphy Courts do have lights. We're not having issues there. We have a hard shut-off on the lights there at 10 p.m., and we've never received calls, at least the Public Works Department has never received any calls saying, geez, I wish the lights were on longer. We'd like to play till like after 10 o'clock. So that seems to be working for everyone. And we also have other areas in the city, like the Kennedy basketball courts, Let's see, I'm trying to think here. We have some other areas, the skate park. So basically, it's the Kennedy ornamental lights there on from dawn to dusk. So the basketball courts at Kennedy are also shut off around 10 o'clock. So the nets remain up until temperatures don't support the comfortable play. When it gets too cold, the nets come down. For Fleurette, Rue Bannon, and Druenfield, and this, I believe, is the same for Jude's Place. We're recommending, I'm sorry, let me rephrase that. So Fleurette, Rue Bannon, and Druenfield would be closed to the public. And for Jude's Place, we're making the recommendation for summer recess hours. So during summer recess, the park would be open until 8:30 p.m. We had introduced the idea of 7 p.m. at the last meeting, and we're coming back with a time of 8:30 p.m. And I looked at sunset times, and the latest we have, the sunset is 8:27 p.m. This gives opportunity for people to use the park until that time, and then they can get their kids home, bathed, and in bed by 9 o'clock. So, and Mike McGraw would be the same thing. We are going to be installing lights there, but we are recommending the same times for the Auburn Savings Recreation Field, that it be closed during summer recess. It would be open till 8:30. All other times it would be closed. Both Jude's Place and the Auburn Savings Recreation Field close at 7 p.m.
Thank you, Deputy Director Bates. Councilor Harriman.
Thank you. I guess I'm not, these recommendations aren't really squaring with me, where just a few moments ago in the workshop, we proposed reducing the fees for commercial users so that we could rent our fields out to commercial uses more, and now we're planning to close them completely to the public. I don't really understand that. They're public facilities. They're meant for people who live in Lewiston, the members of the public in Lewiston. They're not for people to make a buck on. The other thing is, you say you want to push everything to McGraw Park, and that field has some issues anyway, but then you're going to put a curfew of 8:30 p.m. on that, even though it's going to have lights. I just don't understand why we would invest taxpayer money in these facilities and then not let people use them, not let taxpayers use them, especially if we're going to try to increase commercial use of them. So I just don't like the direction that this is going, where we're just prohibiting the people who paid for these fields from using them.
Okay, I'd like to address the last thing first, if you would, please, if I could, please. The Auburn Recreation Field, Auburn Savings, Recreation Field at Mike McGraw. We're just recommending those times until the lights are installed. Right now, we have no lights there, and that's why we're looking at, for the summer recess, that it remain open until 8:30, and then when school gets in session again, that would be closed at 7 p.m. As far as the other concern that you had, we're just having such significant issues with the public, with vandalism. We don't have these issues with the renters. They know that when they leave, it has to be pristine as when they receive it, and if they don't, then they might forfeit their chance of renting it again. With the public, it's just been tremendously challenging.
Thank you, Deputy Director Bates. Councilor Harriman, did you have a follow-up?
Yeah, thank you for that. So we all on the council received email from the police department, and according to their calls for service, in the last 2 years, there have been 2 calls for criminal mischief and 2 calls for theft, and then 2 for criminal trespass, 4 for children troubles, I'm not sure what that is, and then 6 for fights or disorderly, and 8 for suspicious conditions. It just seems like if there's such an issue, 1, why doesn't it show up, as calls for service, and 2, if there is an issue, why isn't the police or someone checking the area out more often?
Okay, I'd like to call Jason up here at this time. Certainly, I can answer one thing for Jason as he comes up here, is that just to be constantly calling the police department, that's a challenging thing also for them. So, but Jason, if you would come up here, please.
Let me just give you a list. And I'll be honest, I don't call the police on everything. A lot of it is me taking care of it because it needs to get done because we have someone using the field. Ideally, would I love the fields to be open? Yes. Do I realize shutting the fields hurts some groups that have done it right? Yes. But it's countless at this point. The high levels of trash in the complex, in particular spring, was excessive. My baseball coach took 2 hours prior to a game to pick up the trash from the weekend, the Sunday before. One of the messes was a picnic, a family picnic, where they put out a blanket, ate, they rubbed food in the ground, they left their trash, and we were responsible for picking it up the next day. We had a baseball game earlier this season. I showed up. I spent an hour and a half cleaning the dugouts after. I left to go to the bathroom. I came back, and some local teens had got in there. They dumped 3 sodas on the ground I just cleaned, left trash, and on the way out gave me the FU multiple times. Eating on the artificial surface, gum, gummies that kids eat, candies are getting stuck in the turf on multiple occasions. Rocks has become a major concern. We had a rental on a Sunday that I gave my Sunday up for my family. Showed up, and there might have been thousands of rocks. It took me and 7 people an hour to pick up the rocks in the field to make it playable for the rental. We've had multiple concession windows broken, multiple vandalism in the concession. Just a week ago, we had a concession stand completely trashed. All the food and soda was removed from the concession stand at that time. We've had broken equipment. I've had to repair soccer goals and field hockey goals on multiple occasions. We've had damage to the artificial mound for the baseball. Our lacrosse nets at this point are almost unusable and will have to be replaced next year because they're used as soccer goals, not for lacrosse. And track equipment has been replaced on multiple occasions. We've got graffiti growing on the walls and buildings in the structure. I've been called on weekends to deal with homeless individuals sleeping in the complex. We've had excessive damage to the press box. And again, I don't think kids are coming here to damage the press box, but they think it's a goal. And the soccer balls have continually broken the vinyl siding on the press box. The sound system has been damaged multiple times to the point where I have to replace a large speaker there. And our wireless Wi-Fi service on the baseball field has been completely destroyed. There's been damage to the netting of the baseball field. There's been concerns about pellet guns on the property. I've had neighbors call me about a number of kids running through the complex with pellet guns and paintball guns, firing them. You know, they're having fun. I get it, but at the same point, it's concerning when they look out their windows of their own house and there's random guns being appearing. I'll say this: I just feel this is an athletic complex and not a park. I think there's a difference there that needs to be somewhat recognized. And for me, yes, it's hard to stand here and say close the fields, but I think I owe it to the taxpayers of this community to protect an asset. We have a resource that is great for our community in multiple levels, and right now, I don't know how long that complex is going to be standing and what's going to look like in 3 to 4 years. And I just have concern that the vandalism is excessive, the trash is unbelievable. The number of hours I spent picking up other people's trash, it's not okay anymore. At some point, we got to say, we have something, we need to protect it. I've asked for help from other people in the community, and I don't get a lot of support sometimes.
I just have a couple of questions, Mr. Fuller. So first of all, are there cameras at the complex?
There are not.
There are not, okay. And is there talk about getting cameras, or?
We've talked about getting cameras. You know, it's hard. Cameras sound all great and everything.
Right.
I still got to know who's doing the damage, and sometimes, you know, we've run into cases where we see the video and we don't know who it is. That doesn't do us any good. It's really hard, you know, to police that.
And how are the fields, or how can the fields be secured right now? Are they simply locked to gates?
Lock gates. You know, there's some concerns that I have in what we lock. We can say, let's lock the turf fields. It still brings people into the complex. I'm still going to have trash problems. My biggest trash collecting area right now is the track. You know, the jumping pits for long jump and triple jump are not sandboxes to play in. So there are many days I'll come back in on a weekend, and we gotta clean the track off. We gotta clean the jumping areas off because they're filled with sand. It's just continual, and we're spending countless hours undoing the public use at times. And let me be frank, there's some other groups that come in and are great. I have no issues with them. It's just, I don't know where we differentiate one from the other.
Thank you. Further comments or questions from the council? Councilor Jelanis.
Thank you. I think it was on June 6th when we talked about this last, Director Fuller, and there was mention of the fields having some wear and tear, that sort of thing. And I guess I'm curious about, I mean, I appreciate your explanation of what's going down, and I appreciate, you know, you delineating an athletic complex from a park. That's really important for us to hear. But I guess when I think about wear and tear, how much of that is attributed not just to people coming in that shouldn't be there, but for us letting others use our field, other schools use our...
Wear and tear is going to happen on the field. My concern, yes, there is some wear and tear on the field, but I'm not going to say it's because overuse or whatever. It's more the burnt spots in the turf. There's a couple of those. The trash, the rocks, those are the things that bother me more than anything. Let's be honest, we can say it's an artificial surface, but it has to be replaced.
Right.
We have to have a mechanism, a financial means to do that, and rentals needs to be one of those means. And all I ask for is if we follow a process, let's use it all the time. I think there is a generic, I don't want to say generic, but there's an equity right now in the policy. If you are a outside group or a citizen that does it the right way, you call, you get a reservation, you pay a fee. There's a group of people that just show up and use it and have practices and games, and that's hard for me. Why is it okay for one group to just show up and rent it and use the field and have a game, where the other citizen does it the right way and follows our rental process and pays a fee? I think there's some confusion, and that causes some anxiety amongst people.
Thank you. I just would also add that, you know, I appreciate the compromise when it comes to Jude's Place. I mean, one of the things that I had talked about was, you know, the fact that a lot of working parents just really couldn't get in the summer months to participate in a playground that's really unique for a lot of kids who have special needs. And so I just want to say, you know, I appreciate the compromise to 8:30. So.
You good? Councilor LaChapelle.
Thank you. Director Fuller, are you saying that you're open to having rentals, outside groups coming in and using those fields? Because I made the recommendation that possibly we don't even have any rentals on these fields. And if so, and I'm going to have a two-part question, and if so, how do I determine if I'm a Lewiston police officer that's driving by that this is a paying customer or this is just a group of people that are out there?
Good point. I'll say that's a good point. I think we have to rent the fields, and listen, I'm going to be completely transparent. I feel like I'm a steward of Central Maine in some regards, helping out other schools, other communities that are in dire straits. We have had a rather miserable spring, a month of May, week of May that absolutely no games happened, and early in June. You know, I do think we have a service, and we can get some financial gain from that to help us repair it, and I think that's being a good steward of Central Maine and the surrounding communities that don't have the resources that we have in Lewiston. Now, I get what you're going to say. The difference between them is when you have a rental that's paid, you have a site supervisor, you have a person on site that is controlling and coordinating. I'm there, I check in, make sure I check in during the game, make sure things are going correctly. I can't be asked anymore to spend countless number of hours at that complex. If I'm there all day and then I've got to manage the public, that's the problem. There's no supervision there. That's the differentiating fact for me, is there's no site supervisor after hours saying, don't do this to the complex, we need to take care of this. Could that be a solution, hiring someone full-time to do that? Sure, no question. But I do think there's a difference between the two types of rentals.
And I agree with you 100%, and I guess I should clarify, I'm not looking at if Lisbon needs to come use a facility. I think we should be helping out a different community and utilizing it. I'm talking about if the circus wants to come to town and use that turf and they're charging an admission, I'm saying we shouldn't, I don't think we should be doing that at all. Or if we wanted to have an outdoor concert on there, these are some of the things that we should be looking at. That's what, anything school-related, and it doesn't even matter if it's our school, if it's another school that we can help out a sister city or something like that, I'm all for it. I'm just questioning the cost of that field. It doesn't matter how much we charge another group to come in, we're never going to recoup what the cost of that field is.
I don't think we've had those big events that you're talking about on the outside. We have not had concerts there. We have.
So are you comfortable with the way the verbiage is right now?
Yes, other than I'm a little concerned about how we manage a track being open at 7 till 7 p.m. and the other fields being,
Have you had communication with the Lewiston Police Department to see how we can manage this and added patrols or whatever the case may be?
We've talked about that. They've been at the table, so they understand where we're at. One of the things they don't like right now is they don't know the fields are open, so that they can't differentiate right now. But if we say the fields are closed, it should be fairly clear that those are times we can communicate, and it just makes it easier. It's a clearer thing. That if it's not a school function, it's not something that's on the books. Right now, it's open to public, so they don't know the difference between them.
So I'm just going to repeat it again. The school system is pleased with this
Yes.
proposal. All right, then you'll have my support on it. Thank you.
Councilor Clement.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I can agree with the proposal as it relates to the schools. The last couple, 3 weeks, I have a grandson who plays high school baseball. We've chased all over the state of Maine trying to find a field. Their home field is underwater, and we ended up going to Kents Hill. We ended up going to Colby College. They're down University of Southern Maine tonight, and I understand at the top of the seventh, they're leading 3-0. So,
Congratulations.
Anyway, my question or comment relates to Section 54(8) of this article. We prohibit public drinking, and we say that possession of an open container of liquor at a public park or playground is prima facie evidence of a violation of this section. Now, in Section 54(9), it's entitled Designation of Drug-Free Safe Zones. There's no definition there, but shouldn't all of these parks and playgrounds be labeled or designated drug-free safe zones? I mean, we have needles that we're picking up in these places. We've got all sorts of problems. I think least we can do is designate that.
I'm going to pass that off to Megan on that one.
Well, she's at a rest, so she can come back
If I
now.
understand you correctly, public parks, playgrounds, or recreation facilities means any of the city-owned or operated public fields, parks, playgrounds, recreational facilities, and trails. So no, there's not any drugs. It's a drug-free
Okay,
zone.
but then why the Section 54(9) designation drug-free? I guess it doesn't make any sense to me the way it's worded.
If the following page, it kind of goes into a little bit more detail, if I'm understanding you correctly.
Okay, should we have signage or something like that
Well,
indicating?
we have some designed already, and they're going to be
Fantastic.
icons, and they'll be in 3 different languages, so,
Fantastic, that's all I'm asking.
okay?
Anything we can do to prevent somebody getting stuck by needles or something like that, I'm all for. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yes. Councilor Peace, did you have something?
Yeah, I may be showing my age here, but don't we still have pictures of every student that goes to the Lewiston system?
Yes, there should be, almost. There's some, we are a very fluid school department, so we do have new students, so we may not have them all. You're limited by technology. We can say we have pictures and all that. Sometimes the cameras don't pick up a good image.
Well, that's my only question, is you're saying you're having a hard time to police, and then you can't tell who it is. I'm just saying, if we have cameras, and we have a database that we can go by, which would be our students. I mean, we can't control what kids in Auburn, Lisbon, or those other places do to our fields, because we don't know them. We won't have no choice of finding out about who they are. I'm just thinking if we can have some way of notifying all the kids when they're in school that you're being on camera, and if you show up and you've done destruction, you're going to pay for it.
I agree. I work at Lewiston High School where there's many cameras. There are many situations that the camera doesn't pick up a good image and we can't identify the person involved in the situation. As much as we want to say the cameras are going to solve the problem, there are some identification issues that do come up.
Well, I understand that, and I'm thinking of, I call it the multi-purpose, but all the vandalism that happened down there, thousands and thousands of dollars. You know, this is ridiculous. We got to start making a stiff penalty for when they do stuff like that. We can't just slap them on their hands and say, you know, you can't do this anymore. You got to stop. We have to be able to figure out a way to penalize them, or even penalize the parents for allowing their kids to do these things. You know, if you bring it up to a parent and the parent does nothing, the next time it happens, they ought to be liable. Thank you.
We have our superintendent here. I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but did you want to weigh in or say anything?
Jason Cumberland.
Okay. Well, look at that, Director Fuller. You're doing a great job. Councilor McCarthy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to speak to the point of renting out the turf fields. The turf fields sustain, they age over time due to weather, due to age and weather. So I think you probably lose as much, you have as much devaluation of these fields through that than through use. And so by renting it out, you're at least getting some money to put towards replacing it. So I think that if renting it out is a good thing, and I think it's a no-brainer not allowing off use of these fields because of the cost to replace it is so high, and the ease of damaging it, like Director Fuller said, with rocks, with cigarette butts burning it, whatever. I think that it's a treasure, the Franklin complex, and I think we should protect it from the people out there that don't respect what they have. Thank you.
Councilor Scott.
Thank you. So a couple of questions, because I was on the building committee for the field and everything. So one of the conversations we had around that field itself was it too rented out so that we could have, I mean, it was a draw factor to make Lewiston a place where we could have tournaments. Am I correct?
Correct.
Okay. How many tournaments have we had as far as soccer tournaments? Do you remember? Do you know how many we've had?
All right.
And I'm not
let me
talking
just say
like
this.
the high school league. I think that there's older leagues too that have had tournaments there as well.
We've opened it up for outside tournaments.
Yep.
Some adult play coming up here on Sundays. I'll talk about the high school side of things. We've become a very high priority destination across the state of Maine. In the 4 years that the fields have been open, we have hosted 3 state championships in in track and field. We've hosted multiple regional soccer championships. I can't tell you the number of playoff games I've had to operate the facility for other schools. Possibly this fall, a large number of MPA events being held at the site. We've hosted numerous league championships for the league that we're a part of, the KVAC. We've hosted multiple league championships for the MVC. As meeting that demand, I think we've done an unbelievable job. Ask anybody in Central Maine, they've probably played at our field at one point because we've opened it up for rentals, for league championships and so forth. I think we've met that. And I'm not going to say we're brought in tons of money, but every time we have those league championships and state championships, it does bring money into this community through just convenience stores, restaurants, gas stations. I think this, over the last 2 years, has become a very good economic draw for us, just on the number of state events that we've held.
And that was one of the things I wanted to bring up, because that was part of the conversation that we had. That this wasn't just opening up that field for players and athletes. This was bringing economic development to our community and all the parents that travel with their students and all the other things that could happen around that. So I do have, and I stated this last time, the amount of work that went in there, it makes me very angry to know that that kind of vandalism is happening. It's very discouraging that we should take pride in having such a wonderful facility, and we should be using it in a prideful way and managing it. And I'm sorry that you've had to do so much work to keep that field up. But I do have a few more questions around that. So in locking some of those gates and stuff, how does that affect the access of walking through some of the paths throughout the whole area?
Well, let me say that it does affect the initial walkway in through school. We have now come up with a system that our custodial staff goes out, opens them up at 6 a.m. To allow students to get to school. We'll start doing that again next week when summer school starts. I'm responsible for locking gates, so that does mean a lot of nights I go back to lock up after hours. I will say this, it is not the only pathway that has been created in the city to our area. We do have a very nice walking path that goes behind McGraw Park. It is lit, it is well maintained, it is taken care of in the winter months. So it's not like we've said there's no access point through. It's saying the athletic complex is not the access point coming through. So the public can get around. It may be a little around Robin Hood's Bar, and it's not as direct as the athletic complex, but there are methods to get from downtown to the athletic, the field area, part by, East Avenue.
Okay, I thought in Maine we called it John Smith's Barn, but I could be wrong.
Okay, whatever you want.
So a couple other things. So we have a very large community that has grown exponentially over the last few years of soccer players in our community. And this has, in my opinion, kept many kids in an activity that is very good for them. And it's a very good thing for our community. I think that that also brings things in a good light to our community. So I'm going to ask this, and this is outside of the athletic fields. How I thought, because I was on the conversation around McGraw Park, that was supposed to be, in part, a field that was going to be designated for soccer and to make it available so that folks in that neighborhood had that available for playing soccer, because that is a big part of what happens. If we close that park, and I'm not sure, maybe Megan can answer this question of when we'll be getting lights on in that park. I appreciate that we've changed the date the time frame, as Councilor Jelena said, for Jude's Place, because I felt that was very important. As I stated in the last meeting when I left graduation, there were parents playing in that park, and it's important that folks with special needs children have the ability to use that. That's why that park was put there. But I have concerns about not having a soccer field available for a community that is becoming a big community for soccer. We've always been a big community for hockey. We recognize the need for that, and I think it's time that we recognize the need for soccer as well, and I think we need to have that conversation as part of this. So do we know when the lights are coming in?
So we were hoping this fall. We had enough funding to purchase all the materials. The installation is going to be done in-house. So, like many other companies and municipalities around the country, we have a staffing issue. So as soon as we can get those lights up, and we are hoping this fall that we will get those installed.
But in the fall, we're going to be changing the hours to earlier closure. Am I correct in reading the policy?
But that's without lights. So if we get the lights installed, we'll be coming back with recommendations for new hours, and they probably will be 10 p.m. to be consistent with the tennis courts and the basketball courts. But really, that will just be a recommendation. If you'd like to see different hours, then obviously, we'll do as you say.
I think that if we can have tennis courts open till 10 p.m., we really ought to significantly look at keeping McGraw Park open till 10 p.m. as well, if we have lights there, so that can accommodate.
That would make things consistent, too.
That's right, for the whole community. So, okay, thank you.
Megan, or I'm sorry, Deputy Director Bates. What parks in our city have soccer fields or fields that could be used for soccer? So there's Mike McGraw Park. There's Samard Payne. Is there something at Sunnyside?
There's Sunnyside, which is open. Also, there's a small field in Parity Park. Samard Payne, when it's not used for various events, is open also for pickup.
Okay. And then do we have a sense of who the vandals are? I'm concerned that, part of the problem that I have with this is we're really penalizing, people playing soccer when in fact they may not be the ones who are causing these troubles. And could someone speak to that?
I don't want to, how do I say this? It could be any group of people. You may have soccer going on, very natural. You have another group of people that come to watch soccer that then leave and go horse around on the side. I don't think there's anybody going up there saying, I'm going to vandalize the complex. I think they go up there and they don't understand the impacts of what they're doing, and that causes significant damage as it builds up over time. I'll be honest, most of my soccer groups I have a very good relationship with, and I trust them. But unfortunately, they bring other people there, and the other people just kind of roam around the complex till all hours of the night. When you open some things up to public, it can be anybody that causes the damage. I truly believe most of this damage is not malicious in intent. I think it's go up and play. I know my press box that's in disrepair. I don't think they're going up there to destroy the press box, but they stand there and they kick it in the opening, which is a dugout, and they think it's a goal, and they miss it and they break the vinyl siding, or they miss it and hit the speaker that does the sound up there. They hit the wireless stuff that's there. Countless times I've gone down and asked not to do it, and it continues to happen. So I'm not going to pigeon one group or another. I think it's general use sometimes with the vandalism. Again, if there's a site supervisor, you typically don't have that usage, that damage. I also want to add one thing. There is a very nice field that is pretty amazing when you look at it, right to the side of our new elementary school. That is a beautiful field that is not locked and free to use.
What elementary school are you referring to? I'm sorry.
Connors.
Yeah.
Yep,
Okay.
right next to the high school. And it is a beautiful field that we worked really hard to get very good grass in there, and no one's used it. There are space available. I do understand. I've talked to a lot of the people that they want to play on artificial turf because it's a better playing surface. That's one of the reasons they don't go to McGraw Park. It's not artificial surface. They don't want to play on that anymore. They want the better surface to play on.
Thank you, Director. Councilor McCarthy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There's also plenty of room at the LAP to play soccer, correct?
That is a reservation field as well.
Or LAP is?
Yep,
Both the football field and the baseball field?
correct.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Harriman.
Thank you. So I've got a couple things about the athletic complex. So you mentioned a couple things about misuse, like the, people kicking the ball into the dugout opening or using lacrosse nets as soccer nets. But I've been up there a few times and I don't know that I've seen soccer goals there. So I don't know if there's.
Soccer goals on the field?
Yes.
They're not, because the level of vandalism on those things was, in years 1 and 2, huge. I had to replace 3 goals during that period to the tune of almost $4,000. That was unnecessary. It was wasted money in my budget to replace goals when we left them out for public use.
Okay. It just seems like if people have the proper facilities to play a particular sport, that they'll, they won't be misusing other things. And then my second question is, what security measures have been taken around the athletic complex to try to deal with these issues?
We've locked them at different times to just say, timeout, pause. We've had the police come in. That has been a very contentious situation, to say the least. I've gone personally down there to try to monitor things on my own time, talk to groups. I think we've done what we can right now without creating a very contentious situation. Leaving them open creates a bad situation for our LPD, in my opinion.
Okay, thank you, but I'd personally like to see more effort being made to, to patrol the area more often, take a better look at security measures rather than just closing a public facility down to everyone. I mean, we just raised everybody's taxes and now we're saying you can't use this public facility that you paid for. So I just don't see taking the drastic move of closing it completely when we should be trying other things in the meantime. Thanks.
At this point, I'd like to head to public comment for this agenda item. Yes, please come up to the podium, introduce yourself, state where you live, and our Deputy Administrator O'Malley will start a 3-minute timer.
Thank you, Your Honor, for the time. First of all, my name is Omar Ibrahim. I don't live in Lewiston, I live in Urban, but I'm one of the guys, one of the youths who use the public fields. And I believe it's really sad to hear that public fields are closed. I've been one of the youths who are using that field for quite some time. And right now, we're very thankful to Bates College for opening their doors. And it's really quite opposite. It's really sad to see that our public spaces are closed because of reasons that we were never addressed to. I want to thank Fuller for giving us the opportunity to use those fields, but there was no time that we were told that this is happening, so that we could address it. We all adults, at some point, if we make mistakes, we know how to correct it, but there are some kids who are coming over there and, who are doing this vandalism, but we need the school department and the police department to do their role too, to sometimes, foresee what's happening over there. To conclude, I want to conclude this by saying that it's really sad to see the closure of that public field, and it's really very good to see. It's quite opposite to see the private institutions like Bates College providing us their field, and the city is closing their doors. So what do you think? What do you expect? I wish one of you would have gone to Bates College right now and see the number of kids playing there. About 50 guys are playing there. If Bates College tell us to move out from there and the other fields are closed, where will they go? The other thing, they don't want to play on those other fields like Simyard and the ones you just mentioned, because they're all grass, and it has been raining for the last few days. It's not inhabitable. We can't use it at all. The only way, I think we didn't even use the high school for the last 2 months, right, Osman? For the last 2 months because it was totally closed. So I think the only thing I would do is tell the kids to not play for the high school and just leave Lewiston, go another place, because this is, I believe it's racially motivated. It's not, yes, we just need the school department and the police department to do their job. If someone is doing vandalism, the law is there. They should be dealt with accordingly. But let's just, do something else and not close that place. Thank you.
So my name is Alex Diamond Stanek. I'm a resident of Lewiston, and I have 3 kids who use the Franklin Athletic Complex on a regular basis. Just a small story. I was there right before I came here. I had 2 kids who were doing the Lewiston Rec track and field program in the summer. Shout out to Corey and everyone who runs that awesome program. And then I came in through the track entrance to watch my kids do track, and then my parents who were there took my 2 younger kids home while I went and watched my rising 10th grader play in the Lewiston versus Scarborough High School sort of summer league. And then as that game was ending, and then I realized my son was going to have to play in the next game as well, in sort of the equivalent of the varsity game, I was like, well, I'm going to, because he actually wanted to come and speak about this and his experience with those fields. So I came back to go to my car, and then the door was locked. The gate was locked. So I'm in a situation of how to get to the council meeting. There's my car right there. Here's the fence. There was just this moment knowing that space, every time that I've been there, has felt so vibrant, has felt like the center of a community that I want to be a part of, has felt like, when you have a vision for a place where people are playing soccer, who are having a good time, when we're giving, our youth this opportunity to play, to sort of engage as a community. I'll say that if I were in, Athletic Director Fuller's position, I think I would probably say the same thing. I think having the responsibility of one person to sort of oversee all of this actually does feel unreasonable. The certain situation does feel like it needs a different solution. I just wonder if we could be creative in a way that will allow us to find a solution for this. I don't know how many millions of dollars this was, but we're talking about, it's really annoying to have to replace soccer goals for $4,000, but when we're talking about many, many millions of dollars for the complex, how much would it really take for a creative solution for, I don't know if it's a site supervisor. To be honest, I think we could come up with sort of a community-based solution to this, where I think folks would be happy to clean up others' messes to preserve the space for the community. So I guess I would just urge us to think creatively about that and to not, I think this is a natural solution to a problem. I just think it's really important to realize the impact that it's having and what does it look like, right? From the perspective of a kid playing soccer, to be told that you can't play anymore. And there was this decision to shut it down, and by a group of people on a city council that don't look like you, and what are the implications of that? And so I guess one small detail, if it's June 1st and my kid's still in school, and sunset, I just looked it up, is 8:17 p.m. It feels weird that I couldn't go to Marcotte Playground at 7:01 p.m., an hour plus before sunset. So having that particular thing tied to the actual time of sunset in my brain makes a lot of sense. So I'll stop there. Thank you.
Further public? Yeah, please come up to the podium, sir.
Hi, my name is Osman Bashir. I have been living in Lewiston since I was, I would say 16, 17 years. So this is, I consider this is home. I graduated from Lewiston High School, and since then, and I had my family. I met my beautiful wife, here at Lewiston High School. I'm married and I've got 4 kids. So my question is that this is the first time I actually came to city council out of those 15 or 16 years. You could see the impact it has to me, when the moment that yesterday when I was reading the paper about public is being, they're trying to close the soccer field for the public, that affected me because there's a times that I knew growing in Lewiston, that they couldn't let me play. We look for fields. We go everywhere, okay, we go somewhere, okay, Lewiston PD, okay, sometimes it's been called, okay, and they were like, oh, no, you guys can't play here, get out of here. Same thing as the one that next to Say, I don't know, it's owned by Sandam or someone like that. We used to play there back then. And we used to be called, police have been called, and we've been dragged and told, and get out of here, and all that stuff. And knowing that, okay, I've got 4 kids here in Lewiston, all right? And now, and then out of that, okay, when I was here, okay, I've been faced those kind of situations, okay? How am I gonna explain to my kids when they grow up, this situation has been on even before you guys were even born? Like, you see what I mean? So I, just like Brother Omar said, we play, it's just unfortunate that Bates and private, it's a private. Allow us, okay, and realize, the impact of, in all this youth, that they really need to use this field, okay, the need is there. And we don't know, our own Lewiston, okay, our city can't even recognize that, the problem, okay. Yes, of course, you did create we made it McGraw. Yeah, I mean, it's a great field, but there's ups to that. I mean, it's a grass, plus on top of that, I've been there, okay, the grass is too long. Mr. Fuller knows that too, okay, if he goes there, okay, you can't even kick a soccer there. I mean, and we've been hoping, and the moment that we find out that, the field for, turf was built, we were like, yay, we got something like that. But now it's gonna shut because of that, and now we can't even use it. So I think it's just not, for me, it's not a great idea. Okay, you can tell that, that I never came to this, city council for 15 or 16 years. And then today, I was supposed to play at Bates, but I chose to come here, okay, to at least give my vote, okay, or maybe see what's really going on here, okay, who really cares about us, to be honest, So that's all I wanted to say. I don't think it's a great idea. Yes, you can have many rules and all that stuff. The only question I have, Mr. Fuller, right here, okay, and I respect him highly because I've in Lewiston High School, I've seen him many times, and we collide a lot of times with each other, and we give our reasons, why and things like that in the field. But the thing is that I challenge you to come to our community. I challenge you, okay, to come to our community. We have 2 best great mosques here that we all go, that we congregate. That people come together. There's leaders there in our community. Come to us and talk to our people. And some of these issues that you might see in it, they might probably talk to their family. They might come up with something. But I've never ever seen you, okay, in our mosque, okay, in our events, okay, and you were here coming here, okay, saying, yep, I did reach out and it never get a research. So I don't think it's really. I don't think you tried hard, my friend, Mr. Fuller. I respect you highly, but I challenge you, come to us, okay, and talk to our people. That's it, thank you.
Further public comment?
Good evening, my name is Dash Padam. I'm a resident, multi-unit owner here in Lewiston, Ward 3. Tonight's the first I've heard of any of this. However, as a taxpayer, I do feel we've invested a lot of money in these facilities. We need to do what needs to be done to protect that investment. Yes, I understand a lot of people want to use those facilities. Well, if there's site supervision, I believe Mr. Fuller is saying that if there is site supervision, they'll be able to use it. What they're asking for is to just not keep it open for any yahoo to just go in and do what they want. To me, it seems rather reasonable to protect an asset that we've invested a lot in, so it is still there in the future for our children to use. To just leave it open so that someone can use it whenever they want and have no supervision is foolish, in my opinion. Thank you.
Further public comment? Public comments now closed. back to the council for discussion. And I'll start off by saying I understand the need to protect the fields, and vandalism certainly cannot continue. I thank you for your service, Director Fuller. I appreciate it. We can't keep repairing things that have been overused or used improperly, and trash and the damage to panels. I understand, but I would. We're still at the first reading, correct, Madam Clerk?
Yes.
So the second when would we be taking this up again?
July 18th.
July 18th.
So that's like almost 3-4 weeks from now. Longer than our normal 2-week period. I would love to see, between Director Fuller, Superintendent Langlis, Deputy Director Bays, and I noticed we have Chief St. Pierre here as well. What could a community model look like for this? What could a community solution look like? For instance, we could have Friends of the Franklin Pasture Athletic Complex. I'd be interested in exploring that in an effort to allow access to frankly those who need it the most. Councilor Jelinek, did you want to weigh in?
I did. I just want to say that I appreciate the comments, appreciate hearing from you, Director Fuller. It seems like overly daunting, some of the stuff that you've had to contend with as a result of this, and yet, when I read the email about the service calls, it averaged one a month. It wasn't really clear where it was, but all these places were listed, and then 24 responses. I understand that those may have not been all of the calls for sure, but it does average, according to this data, one a month over a 2-year period. So, and I appreciated the last constituent that got up and spoke too about, but the problem is we can't conditionally say you can go because it's a supervised activity after this hour, but you can't go because it's an unsupervised act. So how do you separate the Yahoo behavior that's unwanted, and we don't really want to see that, from proper use of the field? So this is a tough one. It really is. I'd love to see more strategies explored. It just seems like a rash decision. I too look at all of these as assets in our community, and I don't want to take that lightly. But those are the thoughts running around my head.
Councilor Pease, did you have something?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just out of curiosity, Director Bates, how many activities are done in those fields in any year's time?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that question?
How many activities are rented in those fields in a given year?
I'm going to refer to Nicole Welch, with the Director of Recreation, because they do the reservations there.
Nicole Welch, Recreation Director. I looked at the numbers in FY23, so basically July 1st from last year up until June 30th this year. It's looking like we'll land at around 34 to 38 outside rentals. And when I call outside rental, I mean, the Shriners Bowl football, event in the summer. If we have, Lisbon who needs to use a facility because there's a rain out. So that's kind of what a rental is. Rental is any outside, non-Lewiston school, non-city government program. If Tree Street wanted to come rent, they would be an outside rental. They don't right now, but just another example. But I would say there are few weeks that go by that it's not a 7-day per week facility. And that being said, we run our Lewiston recreation programs down there. Some of the public spoke that we have track and field out there right now. We have our youth kiddie sticks lacrosse out there. We have t-ball. At the same time, we're working with the Lewiston High School to get all of their, spring, fall, summer sports out there. We have summer camps. We have mad football camps. We host Special Olympics. There are a lot of outside rentals and internal activities. So I would say it goes almost 52 weeks are full with activities and programs.
I realize that, and I know there's a lot of activities going. I'm just thinking of rentals. You know, we're all talking about millions of dollars for this field. The biggest concern, I guess, for everybody is the artificial turf. Everybody wants to play on it. You know, we charge minimal fees for them to use this field. I'm thinking if you had 100 people renting in the course of a year, not 50, but 100, right? And you charge even $160, how much money do you think you're going to generate over a number of years to pay for that field? You know, it still comes back to the dollars and cents to the taxpayer. Yep. You're not going to be, by charging these fees, you're not going to be able to recoup any monies enough to warrant repairs.
Yep, I will say that right now we're looking at about $15,000 for just this fiscal year alone. And that number is going up.
In rental fees?
Rental fees, yes, I'm sorry.
Rental revenue.
Yep, so revenue. So when I'm talking about those outside reservations, Jason talked a lot about the necessity that the turf field lands in when it's like rainy season. And I feel like it's every spring and every fall, we have an influx of outside, St. Dom's, and any of those other schools, they come in and they do a lot of rentals. And depending on the duration, it's anywhere between, $200 to $600, depending on how many hours they're there, what they'll need for a facility and such. So right now, like I said, we'll land right around $15,000 for just this year. We're still bouncing back from COVID a little bit more. And I think also the word is getting out about how great the facilities are. The fact that you can be having a track event, a football event, and it's something, we have 3 major rentable facilities over there. And because of that, there's no reason that we shouldn't, if there's a Saturday, that we could potentially have 3 outside rentals happening that's generating revenue. So this year, like I said, we'll land around $15,000. FY22, we had just between $4,000 and $5,000. So like I said, even just in the last year, it's gone up. And I think as word gets out about how awesome the facilities are, I think it's going to grow even more in the next couple of years.
I guess maybe I didn't word the question right. I know there's revenue coming in. I'm talking about the artificial turf fields. How much do we generate from those?
$15,000 this year.
So that's artificial turf only?
That's money coming in for rentals of Don Rue, the track, and Joe DeShane's. And usually we don't rent Bannon and Drew a lot, but if we have money come in for those rentals, we'll usually just put that in the turf field as well.
Okay, and those dollars will go where?
So that money goes into a Franklin Turf Fund, and the money's been going in there since, I'm assuming since it was, enacted. And so that way in 3 or 4 years or whenever there needs to be a huge, renovation on the turf, whether it's, with fencing, turf, there's other facilities, there's bathrooms, if it needs a new speaker system, there's that pot of money there that we can pull from, and that will take away from any burden on the taxpayers.
Well, that's why I bring it up. It's because I want the taxpayer to understand that, we are generating some money, but this is a costly field, or fields, I should say. So we're just trying to be fiscally conservative and smart about it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilors, we're going to move around the circle here, but I'm going to give the floor back to Councilor Clement for a quick second.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, just mention to my colleagues, no matter what we do here tonight, this is a first reading. It's going to be a month before we have a second reading. If we pass anything on our second reading, it'll be at least a month before it goes into effect. So we're looking at the earliest that we can do anything about this. It's 2 months out. I would suggest that we pass what we have before us tonight, go along with your recommendation that our stakeholders come back to us for the second reading and see if they've worked out something that would address some of these concerns. I mean, in the interest of time, 2 months is the earliest we can do something. A lot can happen. It's the summer season. A lot of damage could happen in those 2 months. So I think we'd be prudent to try and move things along tonight, my opinion. worth a couple of cents anyway. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Clement. Councilor LaChapelle.
Thank you, I'll be quick. I concur that we should move the vote tonight. I would like to see some of the greatest challenges that we've had in our country has been solved by the general public. So I heard the gentleman say that this is the first time he's heard of it. I encourage the gentleman to get a community activist to talk to your mosque, to get a group of people and let the citizens come up with a plan to help the situation and come to Director Fuller and make some recommendations that if they're there, they're responsible for it, and this is an acceptable group. You know, Friends of Franklin Pasture, you mentioned something to that effect. So I would like to see some community involvement. This is a Band-Aid right now. We're not preventing anybody from using it. We're just closing it at a certain time because we do not have, if they're there at 6 o'clock, they could use it at 6 o'clock. They can't use it at 8:30, 9 o'clock. For turf, correct. We've invested money into the other fields, so I just encourage some community activism on it, but I will be voting in favor, and I encourage my colleagues to do the same.
Councilor Harriman.
Thank you. I just wanted to express my appreciation for everybody who weighed in, staff and members of the public. And I think that we're jumping a little bit too far ahead with this solution to just closing everything completely. I think we need to come up with some more creative solutions, whether it's keeping a better eye on the place, or we could possibly institute some kind of like a light reservation where taxpayers don't have to pay a fee, but there's someone whose contact information is provided who can be responsible or who can be contacted if in the case of any issues. I just think that jumping straight to banning everybody who has paid into these fields and invested in them from being able to use them is just too far. So thank you.
Councilor McCarthy.
I'm just going to pass.
Oh,
thank you.
Sorry. Councilor Scott.
Thank you. So I'd like to make a suggestion, and I'll put myself forward. And I ask if Director Fuller would be willing to go with this with me as well. Can we go to the mosque? Can we have those conversations? Let's have those conversations. Can we do it immediately? Can we schedule something? Can you email us and give us a date where we can go and do something to that effect and have those conversations? I also think we need to recognize that, I mentioned McGraw Park, and I think that's an important piece. I understand that the turf is the better playing field. I totally understand that. But I think that there also has to be compromise on both sides here. So let's figure out how we can make sure that grass is taken care of and maintained. I think back to, as you just stated, community getting together and doing something. And I think back to the days of the hockey tournaments and stuff. And I think back to when I was younger and hockey being the thing. Parents were involved. Parents were involved in maintaining fields and helping out with those sports, with ensuring that they got built. That happened with Little League in this community as well. And they were part of the whole thing. So I think that those are part of the conversations we need to have and to move this forward, and also discuss further on what we can do around making sure when the lights come in and all of those conversations, and understanding that's going to take all of us to find a solution here. Because the one thing we do have to recognize is that Director Fuller is not wrong. There has been that sort of vandalism, and we as a community need to recognize that that's not okay. We can take pride in our community. We can do it, all of us together. And I'd like to help facilitate some of that conversation and move this forward if we can. And if we can get this done before that next meeting in July, let's try to get together and have those conversations. And I'm not sure, Jason, what your schedule is, but let's see what we can do. I'll reach out to you tomorrow. And we can move this forward tonight and start moving that conversation forward and making sure that everybody gets a say in this whole thing. Thank you.
Without further comment from the council, Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Councilor from Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
No.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
No.
Motion passed by a vote of 5 to 2.
Agenda item number 6.
Item number 6, public hearing and first passage for an amendment to the zoning and land use code, Article 11, district regulations regarding impervious surfaces and public sewer utility projects. Requested action that the proposed amendment to Appendix A of the Code of Ordinances, Zoning and Land Use Code, Article 11, district regulations regarding impervious surfaces and public sewer utility projects receive first passage by a roll call vote, and that the public hearing on said ordinance amendments be continued to the next regularly scheduled city council meeting.
May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Second.
Councilor Joy, and a second by Councilor McCarthy. Director Hediger, please kick us off.
Sure. This request was initiated on, by staff at the request of Public Works, Water and Sewer Department, and LOPCA. In the Resource Conservation District, we currently limit the impervious area to 10%. LOPCA is interested in doing a stormwater detention facility down there, about 3 million gallons worth, similar to what's down by the Hampton Inn, the underground retention system down there. Be partially buried, and some of it will be above ground. Problem is a lot of that property down there is zoned resource conservation. If they put these tanks there, it would increase the impervious area. After talking to them, we came up with what we think is a reasonable solution to amend the RC zone to allow the impervious area in the resource conservation area not to exceed 25% if it's specifically for a public sewer utility project. We're comfortable, staff's comfortable with this because ideally the resource conservation, we wouldn't encourage any development. That's your natural habitats, protected areas, flood zones, things of that nature. At the same time, this specific use is all about water quality to protect resources like that. So these treatment tanks are ultimately going to collect the water and then have it treated after the storm event occurs. So instead of having that water discharged directly into the river during a storm event, we'd actually be holding that water, retaining it. So it's only for a specific type of development that would occur, specifically tied to a natural resource, specifically tied to sewage. So that's the extent of it.
Thank you, Director. Comments from the council? Public comment for this agenda item? Back to the council. Anything further, Director? Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Council from Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5? Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7-0.
Agenda item number 7.
7, item number 7, public hearing on a new application for homeless shelter license for Lewiston Auburn Area Housing Development Corporation, 104 Park Street, and consideration of application. There are 2 items for requested action. The first item is to conduct a public hearing on the new application for a homeless shelter for Lewiston Auburn Area Housing Development Corporation, 104 Park Street.
May I have
So
a motion,
moved.
please? Councilor Jelinas.
Second, I was thinking on a public hearing, we don't need a motion,
Oh, I'm sorry.
but I'm not.
That's correct.
I'm sorry, say it
Yeah,
again.
yes, that's correct. On a public hearing, you do not need a motion.
Okay.
You can just open it as a matter of course. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Just a point for clarification, Madam Clerk. So we'll have a public hearing, and then there'll also be discussion from the council, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. At this very instant, I would like to invite Director Kermurray and anybody that he would like to bring to just do a brief overview of the shelter proposal.
Let Silas drive on
If the 3 of you could please introduce yourselves and, move the mics closer.
Good evening. Nice to be here. Jim Martin, CEO of Community Concepts.
Chris Kilmurray, ED of Lewiston Housing.
My name is Silas Levitt. I'm the Development Project Manager with Lewiston Housing. Okay, so I'm going to start off just talking through the general design and shape of the shelter, and I have handouts if the council wants them, if they don't already have it in their packet.
I'm just going to go through the first floor plan for the shelter. The current configuration we have is shelter guests entering through the rear entrance of the 104 Park Street building. So that would be the entrance that opens up into the post office parking lot at the rear of the post office building. Guests will enter the building into a reception area where their information will be taken and the belongings will be treated for bed bugs and that sort of thing. And then they can be let out into two different areas. We have a female congregate housing space and a male congregate housing space in different portions of the building that are separated from one another. In between those two spaces, we have a sort of dining room and kind of communal eating area, as well as a catering kitchen. We're not going to be cooking food on site. It's going to be prepared food brought in from elsewhere, and snacks and stuff like that. The bathrooms for the guests, our plan is to use sort of think like festival style bathrooms. The plan is to have three, so one for men, one for women, and then a ADA compliant bathroom that's for all genders. The bathroom area is sort of the, as you're facing the building on Park Street, the bathroom area is in the back rear of the building to the right, facing out towards, the Kennedy Park side of the building. There's also going to be an outdoor area on that side of the building that's going to be walled off and separated from the existing parking lot there. So fenced in with some lighting and tables and chairs and that sort of thing. And that side of the building is where the dumpster is going to be as well. The staffing for the shelter, there's going to be a staff space kind of in the middle, in between the female congregate area and the male congregate area. So that's going to be staff cubicles for the CCI shelter staff who are going to be managing the shelter. And then at the front of the building, along the existing front entrances along Park Street, there's going to be additional cubicles for provider spaces for wraparound services for the shelter guests and for other members of the sort of homeless community in Lewiston. There's going to be on the second floor of the building, just along the sort of Kennedy Park side of the building, there's going to be additional offices for staff. The staff break room and the staff bathroom is all on the second floor. That's a space where that's not intended for guests to be able to access that space. It's going to be for staff only. So that's the general layout of the shelter. Did you want to walk through the application in full, or did you have questions regarding the application? Yes.
Councilor Peace.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Please use your mic.
I've noticed on these plans dated 5/30/23 for your layout. Those are the most recent ones we have?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. And it shows on the plans, it shows there's 32 beds for males?
Yeah, so we wanted to show
And 10 for ladies?
on the number of total beds for the shelter will be 37. We wanted to show on the floor plans for the council that we could handle a split of genders that's unequal. We're not certain on what the gender mix of the population would be, so we wanted to show that we could handle, if it's 30 male beds and 7 female beds, or 7 female beds and 30 male beds, we wanted to be able to show that we could handle a split that's not 50-50. So that's why there's more than 37 total beds on the existing floor plan, but that's just to show where they could be set up. When the shelter is operational, there will only be 37 beds.
And the reason I ask that is I don't want to approve these plans or approve this and find out that I just approved it for a lot more, 42 beds. Right? That's all, just a question, but
Yeah.
thank you.
Yeah, only 37 beds will be in operation.
Yes, I guess if you could, finish with the overview.
Yeah, I can just run through the things in the application and the document that were provided to the city. And then the councilors can ask any sort of further questions that they might have. So just running quickly through it. The address is obviously the 104 Park Street site. The distance to the closest public transit stop is 230 feet, which at the corner of Pine and Park Street. It's about 0.3 miles to the closest school or daycare, so that's outside of the, I think according to the ordinance, it cannot be within 250 feet, something like that, from a school or a daycare, so it's comfortably within the allowed radius. We currently own the property. Going through the sort of operations, we are planning to use sort of partially the building, not the entire building. Parts of the second floor will be kind of mothballed and walled off and not used for any purpose whatsoever. And the bulk of the shelter activities will take place on the first floor. The basement also is going to be blocked off and not for use. We're going to go with a sort of dormitory style arrangement. So the congregate spaces with the beds separated by dividers is indicated on the floor plan. In terms of a total count of rooms, there's roughly 28 rooms, but only 2 are going to be for bedrooms, and that's going to be the congregate style. There is the potential for guests with unique needs that to put them in one of the conference rooms and use that as a temporary bedroom for their stay in the shelter, but the plan is to have almost all the guests in the male or female congregate space. All the beds are going to be ADA accessible. The building has ADA access to all of the first floor. There's ramps and stuff to get around, and they're not going to be like bunk beds. People are going to be able to get into them. The same with the bathrooms. Is going to be an ADA accessible bathroom as well, and the bathrooms come with showers. It's like the festival trailer type thing, and our plan was to buy them and then they would exist. Because the shelter is temporary, it would be only for 2 years. So after the lifetime of the shelter, those bathrooms would be like a city asset for the city to use. Food service, we're served on site only. We're not preparing food on site, but there is a sort of kitchen facility. In terms of the hours of operation, it's a 24/7 shelter. We indicated in the application that the curfew for guests to sort of return to the shelter would be 10 p.m. I believe that we're doing the beds on like an assigned basis, so it's not first come, first serve. So Jim can talk more about the policies about when someone would lose their beds based on how many, like whether they come back or not. But there will be staff on site 24/7. The plan, once we get up and running, is to participate in the statewide coordinated entry system, but we're not currently participating in it because the shelter does not exist yet. And then in terms of services available for guests on site, on-site case management, service coordination, and rehousing assistance. The hope would be to move people through the shelter as quickly as possible to free up the beds. So people would come to the shelter, they would be housed, and then access to services to sort of help them further in their housing journey and get them into a more permanent solution. Just going through the different documents that were provided. We provided copies of the LAHATIC and CCI sort of articles of incorporation and bylaws, and as well as the management agreement between CCI and LAHATIC. We have the signed affidavit identifying the controlling persons of the shelter. So in this case, it would be CCI as the shelter manager, Jim as the executive director, and then their board president, and we also have the full LAHADIC board. Also included in the application packet, we have our adopted policy noting that the shelter conducts background checks on all individuals working as volunteers or employees, and also a copy of our policy noting how the shelter registers guests upon entry, and that service will be declined to guests who carry weapons or exhibit violent behavior, are in possession of alcohol, illegal substances, or drug paraphernalia, do not observe the shelter's safety rules, refuse to identify themselves, or have a known outstanding warrant for their arrest. In terms of land use approvals or in planning approvals for the shelter, we have development review approval and conditional use approval as of the 4/24 planning board meeting. The plan is to try and submit for a building permit in June or July, and then complete the construction and apply for the certificate of occupancy before the shelter can be occupied in October. As far as I'm aware, there are no other local or conditional approvals required to operate the shelter. The application specifically mentions the food license, but as we're not preparing food on site, I don't believe that it applies. I went over the floor plan with you all. In terms of, Jim can maybe speak more to the description of the population or the group to be served by the shelter, but that was something that we provided as well. We also have our operations plan detailing each of the following items. The experience and qualifications of the shelter management and staff, job descriptions, resumes, that sort of thing. The management responsibilities of the shelter managers, the process to effectively resolve neighborhood concerns, which is included in our good neighbor agreement as well. A staffing, organizational chart, quantity per position, etc. Controls for resident behavior and noise levels, security, safety, and protective measures, building safety plans such as fire alarm system, fire suppression system, exit sign locations, and fire rating in proper areas, on-site surveillance, emergency and response protocols, so that's medical emergencies, intruder response, criminal trespass, recovery of weapons, recovery of illicit drugs, and incidents involving violence, serious injury, or death. How the shelter will meet performance standards and other requirements of the ordinance in the operation of the shelter, and the fact that pets are prohibited. There's no youth component to the shelter, so that next portion does not apply. We also have the documentation of staff certifications for staff training for the following, consistent with level of service being provided. So we don't have current staff hired yet for the shelter, but we'll provide those certifications when we get them, and that includes first aid, AED, administration of Narcan, biohazards, harm reduction, de-escalation techniques. We've also provided a copy of our good neighbor agreement that we've adopted, which is something that's required by the city ordinance and details how we deal with public, like neighbor comments about the shelter, address neighborhood concerns, maintain cleanliness around the shelter site, that sort of thing. And that is the application.
Anything further, either Jim or Chris?
Thank you, Silas. I would just add, in the documentation that you received, there is a document that represents about 40 pages worth of...
Can you just move the mic closer to you? Just
I
pull it
sure
over
can.
there.
Rarely do I get accused of being quiet in there, so I do appreciate those moments. In the materials that you received, there is an operational management plan that is about 40 pages long, and it has a tremendous amount of detail highlighting the areas that Silas just reviewed. And I'd be happy to entertain any questions. I hesitate to read that to you verbatim. I'm assuming perhaps you've had a chance to look at it and sort of highlight sections that you have questions about. I also would recognize that Not included in these documents is a body of work that all three of us and a group of others have been engaged in to solicit community input and feedback as part of this planning process. We pulled together a group of about 20 stakeholders representing all of the major agencies, including city staff, to ask for feedback, to ask for input, and to really make sure that we are covering all of the bases, because we understand that there are questions and that there are concerns about how to best serve this population in particular. So I would just highlight that as a piece of work that I think is necessary as this moves forward, is to continue to engage a robust group of stakeholders that give us that feedback and are able to help us think of it from all angles. And some of those folks that are at the table have years, decades worth of experience serving unhoused and individuals who are experiencing homelessness. So they're already providers in the community doing this work. So that's the only other element that I would highlight for you, and again, happy to answer any questions that are represented within this plan.
Thank you. I'd like to thank the three of you for the work that you've done for this and the work represented by your agencies. Thank you very much. And anything further in terms of, okay, we're going to open up for comment from the council. Councillor Jelanis.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, I want to say thank you to you and to the team of folks that brought forth this application for the Lewiston Unhoused Response Center. I had an opportunity to review the document dated May 24th that outlined the 7 questions posed, in requesting clarity, in addition to the comments and further requests by the various city departments. And I want to thank, the city staff for those well thought out questions and the time that they spent, reviewing this. I was satisfied with your responses. I will say, Mr. Martin, that CCI has done and continues to do amazing and relevant work in our community. So to see the Lewiston Auburn Area Housing Development Corp., the shelter agreement with CCI, and to see that CCI would potentially be, providing the day-to-day operations of Lewiston's Unhoused Response Center is wonderful. Just, you've got a proven reputation. You guys know how to do this, so I appreciate that. I had an opportunity, I appreciate you walking us through the floor plan. I had that thing open on my dining room table, and I was trying to figure the whole thing out over the past couple of weeks, and I appreciate that description. The proposal is thoughtful, it's thorough. The information contained within your submission made me think not only does LAAHDC, and how do you say that? LADIC. Not only are they taking their agreement with CCI seriously, but also the relationship with the city of Lewiston. That's what impressed me the most as I was reading. I was impressed again with both your the operational and the management plan, very thorough, long, but really good information contained within, as well as the required training for staff. That really jumped out at me. Although admittedly, I was concerned when I thought about recruitment of those positions for a fall launch. I was like, oh, gosh, that was a little daunting for me to think about it. Had me concerned. I had 2 questions, if I might. Okay. It was my understanding that the reason why the Unhoused Response Center would not be currently participating with the coordinated entry system was more because that had not been rolled out by the main housing, not because we weren't a shelter yet. But maybe I'm not understanding that correctly. And so that's my question. And I guess I would say, because I understand that once we do that, we have on-site case management, we have service coordination, we have rehousing assistance, and those kinds of things that are really important when we talk about wraparound services. And so that was a little confusing, I think, and I just wanted some clarity around that.
Yeah, sorry, that's my bad.
Oh, no.
Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry, excuse me. This is
Yes,
a public
Administrator Hunter.
hearing, so the public, before the council weighs in on the discussions.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Thank you for that clarification. We're going to pause this for one quick second. And thank you, Administrator Hunter. And yes, at this point, I would like to open this up for public comment. Please step to the podium.
Good evening. My name is Josh Renagine, 189 Summer Street in Lewiston. I just want to say thank you for allowing me to speak tonight concerning my thoughts about the licensing of the emergency shelter in Lewiston. I'm in support of a low-barrier shelter run by the Standards of Maine Housing. I cannot, however, support the licensing of this specific shelter at this proposed location, nor do I believe that the process that brought this proposal before us was clear, transparent, or in the best interest of the unhoused, the Choice Neighborhood Revitalization Plan, or the currently vested and invested businesses, tenants, and building owners in the downtown business district and the Tree Street neighborhood. The fact that certain counselors and staff seem to be blindsided by the proposal while others seem to be in the know suggests that there was not an open and clear process for communication to address concerns or to make sure that the proposal for the emergency shelter was vetted to answer unmet needs while protecting the present and future needs of our larger community. When we are told that the shelter is answering unmet need, it doesn't address families, couples, codependent relationships, pets, children. It's up to 37 beds in a congregate setting, separating men and women in a warehousing model with showers and porta potties trucked in. We have similar shelter options in our community. We have more robust and dignified shelter solutions in our community. This proposal isn't a housing first model, and it creates a duplicitous shelter offering that concentrates a population in crisis in our business district, many of which are experiencing the challenges of unaddressed mental illness. When we are told that the Choice Neighborhood Project and the adjacent parcel isn't going to start for at least 2 years, I'd point out that the shelter is within a stone's throw of the majority of the downtown businesses, many of which are currently struggling to regain the customer base post-COVID in a downtown that no longer offers almost 5,000 daytime office jobs, many of whom are already affected by the continual build-out of our most revenue-generating properties by square foot to non-tax-paying entities that attract clientele who do not share complementary and accessory uses with our restaurants, art galleries, performance spaces, retail, and drinking establishments. When a wave of a hand removed my entire neighborhood from the shelter overlay, I couldn't understand why. I still don't. Sunnyside and the Urban Enterprise Zone are adjacent to CMMC, DHHS, and a host of services that the unhoused folks need. These properties are underutilized and in need of renovation and investment. They're adjacent to a neighborhood where we are already impacted by the unhoused and have agency in our involvement with these people. If I find an unhoused person in my carport, it could ruin my day. It certainly doesn't destroy the image of my business or destroy the value of my home. I would suggest that you throw out the shelter overlay and incorporate a downtown business zone that embraces RIMP and the Choice Neighborhood Plan footprint, and that that we go through a process of vetting future shelters with the interests of the established community and future goals of the city in equal regard to the housing of any one group, regardless of how emotional the subject. Investing in the future of our tax base is how we're able to provide services in our community and not vice versa. Thank you very much.
Further public comment? Public comment is now closed. Madam Clerk, do we need a motion to continue the council discussion?
Yes, please, which would be the second item for requested action in your book, which is to determine a course of action. Please see attached page with a list of potential motions. So then the council would participate in their discussion and their questions and then propose a potential motion when they're ready.
When they're ready. Okay. All right. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Sorry, did you have a question?
I have a motion.
Okay.
Okay. I move that the council enter into a discussion for the purpose of determining our course of action and nothing further at this time. I await a second on that motion.
Second. We have a second on that motion?
Yes.
Yeah, no, I'm talking to our Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk, did you hear the motion?
I believe, and I'll read it back for Counselor Clement, who can correct me, to enter into discussion to determine a course of action at this time and nothing further at this time.
Correct.
Okay, and if there was a second, Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry, I missed it.
Councilor LaChapelle.
LaChapelle, thank you.
And then, given that motion, I guess we will now proceed with discussion. Madam Clerk?
Yeah, it would be discussion on the motion before you, not the application.
Okay.
So let me just read it again for Counselor Clement, please clarify me. To enter into discussion to determine a course of action and nothing further at this time.
I would mean that that would be for the purpose of the application.
For
The
the
discussion is about the application, I would believe, so therefore, we would discuss what the application is and determine a course of action regarding the application.
If I understand you correctly, Councilor Clement, your wish is to discuss the application currently,
Yes.
and then, if I may, if we can do that, and then we can have a motion, once we are done with discussion.
Well, the motion, when we are done with discussion, would be to how we're going to handle the situation. What motion we're going to put forth regarding the application, I believe, correct?
Right, I think, yes. I guess to Madam Clerk's point, now that a motion is on the table, we're discussing simply the motion and not the shelter application.
Then
I guess
I will amend the motion to say that we're going to discuss the application and then make a recommendation as to how to handle said application.
And if I may offer, feedback, I think if that is the intent, perhaps we withdraw the motion, discuss, and then such a time as when we feel that we are done with discussion, then propose a motion at that time.
I have no problem with that, sir.
Councilor LaChapelle, and I believe at this point we are withdrawing the motion.
Okay.
And so, without a motion on the table, we are now back to discussion, correct?
Yes, sir.
Madam Clerk?
Thank you.
Okay. Councilor Jelinas, proceed from where we left off.
I was almost done, really. I mean, I guess from my point of view, one of the things that's really important, however this is rolled out, is that there are wraparound services, and that's why I was talking about the coordinated entry system and trying to get a better handle on that. And it sounds like, okay. Because I think it's one thing to shelter, but it's another thing to really, I've said this expression before. I mean, you can give someone fish or you can teach them how to fish, and I believe very strongly in that. So I bring that forth. I did want to say that when I read this, I was impressed for sure, but I will also say that the other thing that came to mind for me is that this is not all said and done. I mean, I appreciate the comment shared about, families, pets, those sorts of things, and I think that this is a great start, and I understand that this is not one and done, but certainly a great start from where we are now. And I think that pretty much summarizes what I had already said, so thank you.
You had if I remember, you had a couple of questions. Did you?
Well, one was around the coordinated entry system. Oh, I know, the food thing. Can we, I'd love more information about that. I understand that you're not going to be preparing food, but just wondered about more description around that.
There's a couple of different options. Bates has offered a possibility of doing it, as well as Trinity Day Services.
Thank you.
Councilor Harriman?
Thank you. First, thank you all for being here and for all the time and attention you put into the application. I mean, this is quite a lot of paper here, and I didn't even bring the floor plans. I had a question also around the services, and I wondered if, I know the coordinated entry system has not been rolled out, but I wonder if you could speak more to the services that you plan to provide to folks while they're at the shelter, so we can hopefully move them along out of the shelter so we can serve as many people as possible, but also guarantee some level of success for the folks who are leaving.
Happy to, Counselor. Thank you for that question. Many of the individuals that would be receiving services through this center have co-occurring disorders involving mental health conditions, major mental chronic illness, and substance use addiction challenges as well. So our hope would be to bring providers to the table that could help be liaisons to accessing those services that are available in our community, and that would also do a level of care coordination and service planning with the individuals in the shelter to make sure that we were not losing people sort of in the cracks. So a number of times when folks are in shelter, they're overwhelmed by the circumstances of their situation and their living situation, and they don't follow through, they don't follow up. So what would be essential for us is to make sure that we have sort of a plan that the client is endorsing and is part of creating, and that we help serve as sort of the backbone, the coordination of making sure that they follow through and get connected to those outside supports that are available throughout Lewiston, Auburn. But the specialty of that would be mental health, substance use, primary care services, dental services to the extent possible, housing navigation supports, a whole spectrum of social services that will help, hopefully, folks get back on some path of independence and self-sufficiency.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilor Pease? No, okay. Further discussion from the council? Councilor McCarthy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't know if you know or not, but I am intimately of knowledge of this building. I spent 48 years in there working, so I know the ins and the outs of the place. And frankly, I was shocked when you guys chose this place for a shelter. The deferred maintenance on that building is overwhelming. The heating system could collapse at any time. The last 4 or 5 years that we operated the place, we would have to drain the furnaces during the heating season on a weekly basis to drain the rust out of them so that they wouldn't, in fact, we lost a boiler to rust buildup and cracking. So, the pipes in it for that heating system are probably 80 years old. It's a very inefficient system that heats the hot water to steam only to condense it back to hot water to run through to heat the building. There was a unique reason why they did that. I think it was to pad the engineer's pocket, but I'm not sure about that. But I have a lot of concerns about that, not only the deferred maintenance. I have some questions about some of the things like, are you going to, what steps you're going to take to clean the, I'll refer to that, well, where you have the trailers, female congregate, and the locker area. That area is rife with oil and ink dust, ridiculous. And I'm just curious as to what steps you're going to take to remedy that so that the individual staying here won't be exposed to that.
Yeah, I can't say we disagree with any of your comments about the either state of the building now or choosing it. The only reason we chose it is because it was the only building within the shelter overlay zone that would actually be available for the grant that was out there at the time. So it wouldn't have been our first choice, and it's also the reason we said it would only be a temporary choice. Our goal is to, in the long run, take those 2 buildings down, leave the historic building, and build new housing in that place in time. We did set money aside in the original grant to have dollars because we've talked with Nasons who handle the heating and cooling in there, so we've become very familiar with the issues there and had money set aside to take care of those. As far as the cleaning goes, there are hazmat teams, professional cleaning and hazmat teams that come in and handle both of those things, that come in and would clean it top to bottom. One good thing about it being a warehouse is that it's significantly easier to clean than the average office building would be. You can actually attack it far more aggressively to take care of those items. I think that answered all of your questions, sir.
Okay. Are you going to be replacing the fire alarm system in the building?
Fire alarm system is up to code. It was.
Yes, but the panel is in the far end of the other building?
No, the panel was moved from the building that, it was originally in the building across the street that we own that's becoming the first phase of, the second phase of Choice, and that was relocated to the main building when that building was taken out of service.
No, the fire panel for that building is in the distribution facility at the far end of the new building. The latest addition to that building is where the fire panel is.
Oh, yeah, I thought you were talking about it being, it used to be in the, what do you call it, the Brutalist building on the corner, the bank building. It used to be over there. It was moved over to the main building. We would not be replacing that fire panel.
So you wouldn't have access to that?
Yeah, there's a tenant in there that we have access to it. There's someone working in that building. We have access to it.
Okay, I thought they were moving out at the end of the month.
Nope.
Oh, interesting. In your application, you said that under the ADA compatible, you said it has 2 bathrooms and 2 showers, but I only see 1 listed on this blueprint.
There's 3.
Right, but ADA compatible.
ADA, there's 1.
In your application, it's stated 2 and 2.
It's,
2 showers, 2 bathrooms.
there's 2 sets of shower, there's a set of shower for men, a set of shower for women, and then a gender-neutral ADA one.
Correct, but under ADA, it says 2 bathrooms and 2 showers.
Yeah, that's
And
evolved.
That's not what you have.
From when we submitted the original application. So we changed the floor plan when we submitted the revised application, but that ADA detail stayed the same. But it is 1 ADA all-gender bathroom.
Okay. Now, I'm looking at your application, and it says, whereas LAA HDC has been awarded a long-term solution to assist people experiencing homelessness grant from the State of Maine Emergency Relief Fund. And it says that the agreement that you have with CCI will terminate immediately if this MSHA agreement is terminated before the April 10th of 2025. It's my understanding that you're not getting that grant.
You're correct.
So this is useless, that part of the contract. Your
I don't think-
contract with CCI is canceled.
Jim's right here, so I'm pretty sure he'll keep the contract with us, right?
Well, I'm going by what you gave us. And what you gave us says that their contract is canceled, and now you're telling me it's not. Well, that's not the information we have at this point in time.
Okay.
Correct?
Okay.
Our commitment to the project, if it helps, Counselor, and willingness to participate in creating a shelter in Lewiston, given the need, stands. So you are correct on that document. It has expired, but we would renew that in prospect of providing this service.
Okay. One other point that you made in here is you stated that you were not close to, you said you were a third of a mile away from a school or daycare. Well, you're a lot closer than a third of a mile because you've got Promise Daycare in your own building that's right around the corner, and that's not a third of a mile. In fact, according to city ordinance, and we went over this many, many times when we were dealing with setbacks in the ordinance when it comes to marijuana places and anything, the ordinance states that the 250-foot limit is from property line to property line, and you do not have 250 feet from the property line of the parking lot to Promise Childcare. So this,
The property line of the parking lot is a separate parcel. It's not included in this. It's 61 Ash Street. The address of this is 104 Park.
but according to the deed, all of those parcels are together. 61 Ash includes the Sun Journal building. So that's the same deed.
They're all different parcels as part of the same purchase. That's why they're grouped together on the deed, but they're separate
But they're
parcels.
deeded. It's deeded as a single lot.
It's not, it's a separate lot. We could sell it as a completely separate lot if we wanted to. It's 61 Ash Street is a separate lot from 104 Park. They're listed on the same deed, yes, but it is a separate piece of property.
GIS they're separate lots.
Right, but the deed, they're the same. Okay. I'm done for now, thank you.
Further comments from the council? Councillor Clement.
I've got several questions, Mr. Mayor. First of all, when it comes to the food license, Madam Clerk, could you check that and make sure that that's a true statement that does not apply to not only preparing but providing food, whether or not they would need a food license?
Sure, we'll be happy to verify that, yes,
Okay.
sir.
The application from number 1 to number 2 changed from Lewiston Housing Authority to the LAA HDC. Why is that?
We agreed that it would be a more simpler configuration, considering that Lahaddick was the one who had received the grant from Maine Housing and was the partner in the management agreement with CCI. So rather than having Lewiston Housing Authority applying as the applicant with Lahaddick as the building owner and with the relationship with CCI, we thought that since we were already submitting a revised application, it would be simpler to have Lahaddick be the applicant in addition to the owner and have the relationship with CCI and not include Lewiston Housing as part of the application.
So if I'm going to understand you correctly, the grant was to Lahaddick and not to LHA, but you saw fit to put LHA down as the initial applicant. Is that essentially correct?
Yeah, we put LHA as the initial applicant, and given the opportunity to revise the proposal to answer the city's questions, we decided that we would correct it and resubmit it with Lahaddick as the applicant.
What is the total required to purchase this property and to establish the proposed shelter?
$5.2 million?
$5.2 million, okay. We're looking at a total expenditure somewhere between 3.7, which is the grant, I believe, and 5.2, which is the total. And this is for a temporary period of 2 years, I'm hearing?
That's correct.
Yes.
Okay, so if it's 25 beds, we're looking at something like $104,000 per bed per year, or if it's 37 beds, then somewhere around $70,270 per bed per year. I guess I'd like to see somebody step up and suggest that this is not literally throwing tax dollars down the toilet and is nothing more than just a feel-good measure. I mean, the money comes from the taxpayers of the state of Maine or the feds or Lewiston. I mean, we're all taxpayers. We all contribute to paying taxes. And I just don't see where throwing this money down the drain is a good use of taxpayer funds. We here on this level pride ourselves in a solid attempt to be good stewards of taxpayer dollars. And I, for one, don't see this as being that. Let's see, proposed length of operation of the shelter, you said, was about 2 years. Now, is it true that Misha, the Maine State Housing Authority, has indicated this project cannot be funded as originally planned?
Correct.
Okay. Does Lewiston Housing Authority indeed have an alternate plan, which they've not divulged to the city?
No, I'd love to figure one out, but I have not as of yet.
Does it have anything to do with the Ramada Inn at the corner of Pleasant and Alfred Pollard Parkway?
I've looked at that property many times. I'd love to buy that property, but no.
Okay.
But if I can, I will.
To put a shelter there?
No.
Oh, okay. Gonna go into the motel business, or?
It's a good piece of property.
Yeah.
It would be a great place for a shelter, now that you bring it up.
Couple of problems with that, though, right?
Your shelter overlay, but as Mr.
No,
Najin
that's a major
stated, it
problem.
would be a great time to revisit that, but
Well, we may do that at some point. When it comes to the application and the shelter ordinance, there's one thing that stands out to me here that kind of bothers me, and that's 8I. How the shelter will otherwise meet the performance standards and other requirements of this article to the extent not described above. I'm hearing that $3.7 million has been clawed back. How do you address 8I in that circumstance?
I have to read that again.
I'll gladly read it for you, or have you got it right in front of you?
That'd be great.
Okay, how the shelter will otherwise meet the performance standards and other requirements of the article to the extent not described above. I can read that as meaning, how are you going to pay for all this?
We'll have to figure that out.
Interesting. That's all I have at this time, Mr. Mayor. I'll pass and reserve further comment.
Thank you, Councilor. Further comment from the public, I'm sorry, further comment from the council. Councilor Scott.
So the funding is not available.
Correct.
I would like to ask City Clerk, in respect to the agreement with CCI now no longer being in effect, how would that affect what we were given?
I think from the standpoint, it provided a template for how they're going to conduct business. I think the piece that would be in question is who would be conducting that business.
And that's where I'm going with this. So how are we going to effectually conduct the business to be a good neighbor, to run a good shelter, to provide what's necessary without that funding? I have concerns about that.
We would definitely need to find another source of funding, there's no doubt. We couldn't do it without it. But at the same time, we can't go look for funding without licensure as well. So there has to be a way for us to be able to move forward in some way, shape, or form. The ordinance doesn't actually state that funding is a requirement of licensure. We already put the time and effort into this to get this far. It made sense to us to continue this process, knowing full well that without funding, we can't actually do it, but it also doesn't make sense to turn around and walk away at this point in time. We know that we can't do this without significant funding. We don't want to provide a substandard service to the people that would be staying there, nor to the public. We take it very seriously that we'd be able to provide for the people in here and to make sure that there aren't the problems that have been attributed to something that doesn't exist yet. We want to make sure that this is helpful at the end of the day. So we would never move forward without enough resources to actually make it work, without being able to say in good faith, we can help people. We're not just doing this for the sake of doing this. We're doing this because we want to help solve a problem. I don't know that I can answer the question in a way in which you're likely to say, I feel that's satisfactory, but the reality is we don't want to bring something forward that's going to be detrimental to the community. And to do that, to make sure that it is solid, we would need to be able to find additional funding to make this happen.
So you're asking us basically to have good faith in you that you're going to be able to do that so that you can fulfill what the ordinance says has to be done for a shelter?
There wasn't a method for us. It was either to walk away completely at this point in time or to move forward from where we are right now. There was one of two choices for us. There was no pause button that we could put on this. There was no other option associated with this. So we chose to move forward and say we have a good plan. We've answered all of the questions related to it that do have a dollar figure attributed to that. We don't have those dollars right now. That doesn't mean those dollars aren't out there for us. But it does mean that we would not start until such time we did have money to make sure that we could put a quality product forward.
And how would that affect the 2-year time frame?
The 2-year time frame doesn't change. If it takes us a year to find money, then we have a year worth of operation and a year worth of time to potentially help people. There might be a reality where it doesn't happen. But I also remind you guys that I didn't go and buy that building with the intent of putting a shelter there either. We had it under contract long before that grant ever came around. There's a housing plan associated with that, which we've always stated. Our goal is for the transformation plan to be even more robust than it currently is. Our goal is to turn that property into choice 2 and to make it a mixed income, vibrant piece of the community. This grant popped up. We had a shelter overlay we had to work with. We saw an opportunity to help the community and a call to action that was put out to all of us to try and figure out how to solve these problems because the city didn't have the money. And so we put an application in and hoped we could help people and get a process and systems in place that would set up Lewiston for a long-term solution, not on this site, but somewhere else, hopefully down the road, to work together to figure out where to go. Yeah, we've hit a huge bump in the road. We got timed out on the grant, but that doesn't change our homeless problem that we have. It doesn't make it go away. You know, we still have sort of an obligation to try and figure this out.
So I would agree with Mr. Najin that we need to have the conversation about the overlay. And I would agree with Mr. Najin that Sunnyside Park neighborhood and some of the buildings over there may have been the better choice. That being said, I have to speak about what I've heard from folks in the community, and I have to be honest about that. So I hear about economic development, I hear about the choice neighborhood plan, I hear about what's happening downtown and the fear of some business people, conversations with folks that live at the Oak Street apartment buildings about putting a shelter there. I hear from community members that were affected by the temporary emergency shelter at the warming center. Now, I had hoped that in looking at what you had for plans, that would be better handled. You had more things in place to handle situations that were going to happen. But now, without money, we don't know if those things can be put in place to ensure that those things don't happen. You know, one of the biggest signs in the city that say no trespassing, no loitering is on the original steps of our library, right over here, right across the street from where you're suggesting. And I think that's very sad, because that used to be a place where in the summertime we'd see kids eating their lunch after visiting the library. But the library had to put that there because of issues that they had. I agree, we have to address our homeless situation. But we also have to recognize that, as Mr. Najin stated, economic development and what we're doing in our downtown is the way we are moving this city forward in our future. And businesses, unfortunately, in this day and age, especially after COVID, sometimes go out of business within a year because they're struggling to get clientele. So this may be a temporary thing of only 2 years, but what will those 2 years do to affect the businesses that are trying to thrive in our downtown district? I don't think that there's an easy answer to this, and I don't think that the overlay actually helps in solving this situation. As far as the comment about the 250 feet, the entrance, is that not through that parking lot?
Yes.
So then would that piece of land not be considered part of this project?
Is not the same.
Yeah, technically they're entering through the Middle Street
Easement.
Yeah.
And that is through the parking lot where the mailmen do all their mail and get all their trucks are at?
Correct.
What was the conversation that was had with the Postal Service as far as how that might affect that?
There was none.
None at all?
We were asked to make that change by city staff, and so we moved forward and did that. We had the entrance on the other side on Park Street before, and so we made the adjustment.
Do you not think that that might affect what might be happening with some of the mailmen and stuff over there?
I don't think it will affect them, honestly.
You don't think so?
Because if this were a rotating bed situation every single night, yes, but that's not the case here. This is where there's going to be assigned beds, so there won't be lines of people waiting to get in.
There's assigned 37 beds. You don't think that with the homeless situation that we have going on in our community, that there's not going to be people going to that door every day, and that more people are going to be showing up to see if a bed is available? I seriously think that that's what's going to happen, that we're not going to see this just be a simple thing. There are people still going to Hope Haven every day to see if there's a bed available. Sometimes they don't take it because they don't like the regulations and rules around it, but you look at any of the other shelters that we already have in place here, and there are people going there all the time. How are you going to mitigate that?
it's part of the staff education to people as they show up. You know, the hope is that we can get people to a place where they understand that when beds are available, that we will let the public know, and we'll be able to get word out to be able to have somebody come in and take that spot.
When you say you talked to 20 stakeholders, did you talk to business owners downtown? I know you didn't talk to the post office.
No, we did
Did you
not.
talk to folks in the neighborhood?
We
And
ha-
actually get their opinion?
We were planning on having meetings regarding having business owners come in, and then all the issues with the grant funding sort of popped up, and we canceled having those meetings because it seemed moot at the time.
How many meetings did you have with the stakeholders and the folks that were discussing this prior to you coming to licensure?
How many do we have? 4?
Oh, gosh.
5?
3 or 4.
And prior to that, wasn't there more conversation around having a homeless shelter? I know that at one point, across the Kennedy Park at that old Speakeasy, I think it is, that old place, was a conversation about using that building at one point. That was several months ago. If I remember, when there were meetings that you were holding with city staff, I attended one meeting, and that was that was a possible choice.
I'm not sure which building you're
That's the
referring to.
one that's over behind Trinity, over by kitty corner from the police station. I can't remember the name of that. Speakers store?
Speakers building?
Yeah. Wasn't there a discussion around that? So you knew that there was some stuff that was going to be happening. And so I think that there was more meetings that happened.
That was during the discussion of the warming shelter that we talked about, that Speakers building.
Okay.
That's when that came up, when we had those multiple meetings. That was actually when we had discussions with you.
So there's
and-
only been 4 meetings since the discussion around when you knew about the grant being available?
With stakeholders, when we brought together our stakeholder group? Yeah.
How many meetings with city staff?
City staff were at many of those meetings. Heather came to those meetings.
Was anybody else included in those meetings? Any city councilors or the mayor?
The mayor was in those meetings.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have at this point.
Councilor Pease.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Also in your packet, we have a lot of, I know this may be premature, but inspections that were done and things that had to be addressed. Has any of those things been addressed yet, or are you holding off until this happened? I can understand you're not wanting to spend the money right up front without it, but they have been.
I'm glad I didn't do it right off the bat, because that $3.7 million was not available to take care of those things. So no, we did not address any of those things specifically. It was on the agenda to do before, obviously, opening. We had to take care of that. We had a list of items that needed to be done, but it seemed premature before licensing to start spending money on those items.
Thank you, I'm just curious.
Councilor LaChapelle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, gentlemen, for coming this evening. Was CCI involved in the warming shelter at all?
Yes, we were, Counselor.
Okay, and what role did you play, well, not you personally, but CCI?
Sure, no, I understand. We were the entity that received the funding from the county commissioners.
Mhm. And is this new shelter going to be based on some of the?
No.
It is not?
No, not at all.
Good, because
Yes.
it would appear that it was a total failure on the warming shelter with the problems that happened in the neighborhood and the issues that came up. So I'm glad to see that you're scrapping that idea, because it didn't prove to be fruitful. Is this staying on the tax rolls, or is this coming off the tax rolls, the building?
The building's on the tax rolls.
It is, okay, it's going to maintain on the tax rolls, it's not, okay, excellent. What is the considered average length of stay that you predict some of your residents to be there for?
I mean, that would be near impossible to say. You know, there's people in wildly different states. Some will have the ability to, get services and move up and on. Others likely need a housing first setting, where they likely will never be able to live in a setting that is independent living, and they would need to have another type of living to help them be successful. There was mention of housing first before. There is a bipartisan bill that's looking very promising to have passage that's coming up for housing first dollars to be put out there. Rulemaking will likely take 1 to 2 years before that money starts to flow from DHHS. But, you know, housing first is incredibly important, but also extremely expensive. So we have to wait and hope that that funding makes it through the budget and the rules become law and money starts to flow.
So I'm glad you brought that out, your wraparound services. I guess Councilor Janinas alluded to it, and I just want to clarify. So wraparound services, you're not actually providing any services there. You're not having a counseling room.
No, there are.
They
there
are.
the whole
Okay.
the whole office section over here is provider space.
Okay, so it is going to be counselor-based right there?
Yes.
Okay. And is this stuff, are these sessions billable through Medicare and Main Care?
They likely will be for whomever the provider is. Yes.
Okay, so that's another form of revenue that you can generate from that.
We
to help.
won't generate the income, but the provider might be able to generate that income.
I was I'm concerned on the possibility of us approving something that's going to be on a shoestring budget. That's one of my concerns. That if they're predicting a $3.7 million budget and they raise 1.5 and we try to go ahead and put a shelter at 1.5, it's not to the standard, and it turns into a catastrophe like the warming center was. I truly believe that we need more mental health and drug addiction places that are long-term, that you check in and you're there for 6 months or a year, because it's not happening. One of my concerns also, and I'm glad you're doing on-site services, because just directing them within the community, a lot of the places are full right now. So we can't direct somebody to someplace that's full. There's no place to go. So I'm glad you're doing some of those. But I have just a grave concern that we're ignoring the bigger picture, not you gentlemen, so I'm just saying that we as a society are ignoring a much larger picture, and that's the mental disorder and the drug use that's happening. We saw that firsthand Friday this week on Main Street. 100%. 100%. I know the players involved, well, not the driver, I knew the other one, and that is definitely one of the issues, and this is what happens. So I'm very concerned. I would love to see a $5-point-something million go into a 27-bed that they're there for 6 months, and we're working with them and training them. My firsthand experience, I'm not as qualified as you, but my 40 years working on Lisbon Street, seeing generational problems with mental illness and drug addiction, tells me that this in and out 1 week recovery thing doesn't work. And I'm just very concerned on it. One of the questions that I had is regards to the building. You have, again, 3 bathrooms, I think, is put in. And maybe this is a question for Director Hediger. What is that past code with 37 beds, 3 bathrooms? I know it doesn't pass code in my facilities, so I'm just wondering how's that?
Yeah, I'd have to check. We haven't done a full code review yet at this point.
Okay, is that what it? Okay.
Yeah, in initial conversations with code enforcement and city planning, seemed to be that as long as they were connected to plumbing and were adequate to the population size, then it would pass code.
Okay. So that hasn't even had code review yet, Director? Correct. Okay, so it's not going to pass code. Speaking from firsthand experience, you're going to have to triple that for 37 beds. You'll need more bathrooms. I know from firsthand on that, which is fine because that's code review later on down the road. It has nothing to do with the application right now, just reviewing what the maps that came in. I thank you for trying to do something, stepping forward. I just have grave concerns, And I think we're missing the boat. I would much rather see this as a facility that, that took long-term care. The reality right now of our unhoused is that the majority of them are not Lewistonians. They do not live here. Well, they live here, but they did not come here. They weren't born and raised in our community. We have a large migrant population that is coming through, and I have a fear of becoming like Portland, where I was just sharing with the mayor that my trash receptacles get stolen on a regular basis, that I'm just not using them because the unhoused steal it and put their product in it. Talking with Portland Police Department, an officer that used to work for Lewiston's down in Portland, and they had to go around the city trying to recoup all the shopping carts that are being taken. And we can all say horror stories. I just don't know if this is addressing the need. I know it's not addressing the need, and I have grave concern on it. So that's just my opinion right now.
Councilor Pease?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I may have overlooked it, I'm not sure, but what kind of plan do you have, or tentative plan you have for, we'll say that you get this going, and 2 years come down the road, and the time's up. What do you have planned for the people that are there? You have locations to send them? You're going to put them up somewhere? We can't just throw them out on the street. So I didn't know if you had, I didn't see it.
No, that was part of the conversation, is that we need to quickly pivot and figure out what the long-term solution for Lewiston is going to be. You know, this was a 2-year time period that we had for both the money, which doesn't exist now, and our permit from the planning board lasts for only 2 years. So we would need to come up with a more permanent solution. And if we didn't have one, people would have to go back out on the street because we would not be permitted to have them in the building any longer. Wouldn't want that to be the solution, wouldn't want that to be what actually happens. That's obviously not where we want to go. But 2 years is better than no years for people when they're living in the conditions that they are right now, and also not getting any help while they're in those conditions.
Thank you.
Councilor Harriman?
Thank you. Just one comment and then a suggestion. So regarding the bathrooms, the plan shows 7 bathrooms that are accessible to guests. I mean, it's three chunks, but 2 of them have 3 bathrooms in them. So
Right.
Yeah, that's correct.
I don't know what the...
They're multiple stall bathrooms.
Right. I don't know what the proper ratio is, but just to mention that. And then a few people have mentioned the issue about funding, and where this grant you were relying on is no longer available, and how can you continue to provide the services you were planning to without a funding source. And I would just suggest that maybe we add a condition. You know, we've got those 3 conditions that staff put on the license. We could add another. We can add conditions as council. We could add a condition that says you may not start operation until you have this amount of funding. We can figure out you know, a proper amount of funding that's necessary.
Or we could come back to you with an augmented, you know, plan for fewer people should we only have a certain amount of funding that meets a ratio that you feel. I'd be perfectly fine with that.
That's true. Yeah, we could have a ratio, a certain number of dollars per bed, and we could just put that right into the license, and then if you know, you wouldn't be able to start operation until you meet that, until you have that ready. Just a suggestion that we could use to solve that particular issue.
I'll chime in here. So, yeah, a few things. Yeah, I mean, we can hold this application upside down, up to the light, etc., and, you know, nitpick it. I understand that completely. I think it's, you know, I consider this application complete, and I realize that some of the documents, you know, they were, some of the documents were examples of what will be, should the, facility happen. And Lewiston Housing, you are a partner in success here in Lewiston. You're our lead choice partner. And Community Concepts, you have done great work in our community for decades. And so, two organizations that have really done their best for Lewiston, and I really appreciate that. In terms of, and I understand the concerns that businesses have. I have moved a business to downtown Lewiston that wasn't there before. I own buildings in Lewiston. I own a business downtown. I understand the struggles that we are having right now with our unhoused population. And is this the world's perfect solution? It is not. I understand. We did the best with what we had. And just because this is not the most perfect solution doesn't mean that it can't do an enormous amount of good. And, I'm concerned that, how do I say this? If we're holding out for something that's perfect, we're going to be waiting here a long time. And instead, we need to, this city needs to take strides to do what it can now. And no, I absolutely believe that this homeless shelter will do some good. We will get people off the streets. We will get them housed. We will get new people in there. We will get them housed, and we will continue to make some progress.
Can I just add?
Yes, please. Go ahead.
We share all of your concerns. Literally every single one of them that you've brought forward. We're not bringing forward a plan thinking wow, this is going to be roses and perfect. We get it. We have a business on Lisbon Street. We're a building owner there with a tenant on the first floor. We're neighbors of businesses that are down there. We're accountable to you. We come in here and have to speak with you guys on a regular basis. We're also accountable to those business owners. We have employees that have to walk the streets every day, and when it's wintertime, we know that everyone gets a little bit more on edge because they're walking in the dark to their cars where we all have to walk across the street. So we understand everyone's concerns. We agree that this is not the perfect location for long term, which is why we said this would be a 2-year period to set this up. What we do at some point, much to your point, Mr. Mayor, is we have to figure out something at some point. We have to try something at some point to start to solve the problem and figure out what a solution might look like. Likely the first try is not going to be perfect. It's not going to work out perfectly. Likely the second and third will also have iterations where we'll have to come back to the drawing board and be flexible with each other to figure out how we come up with that correct solution to start to solve this problem. And I have no idea what direction you will go. I have no idea if I can find enough money to make this happen. But I can tell you, whatever we decide here tonight, or if we move forward, is not going to change the number of homeless people on the street or the number of homeless people that will be there when it gets cold again this winter, nor when it starts to get warm again next year. Homelessness is a huge problem that is here. We got to figure out how to start addressing it in some fashion. Whether you think our plan is the right one or not, whether it's a different iteration of what we do, whether it's at this location or another location, we got to do something. And we really just, we came to the table, this opportunity came up, we got lambasted for moving quickly towards it when we had no option but to move quickly towards it. We need some type of solution. We can't just keep talking about it because we could literally kill this over and over and over and over again, just keep talking about it and nothing will change. We'll just keep talking, which I don't think behooves any of us in this room right now. Whether how you feel about this particular proposal or not, us continuing to dice the conversation and look for that perfect solution is not going to be beneficial for anybody here. So, I ask that, I don't expect that the conversation will go in our favor this evening. I do like Councilman Harriman's idea of figuring out how to potentially look at this and put some parameters around it, but I do ask for some flexibility in saying, let's try something. Let's figure out something to start to stave off the problem, because it's easy in here to talk about it in very definitive terms, but when you walk outside and walk around at lunch, you walk out to your parking lot at night, you go to Portland and, have a business down there, it doesn't matter where you go, homelessness is everywhere. It's pervasive and it's getting worse every single day. We got to do something.
And if I could just quickly acknowledge the concerns expressed about the warming center. CCI would be the first to point out all of the shortcomings of that venture. We were asked in the middle of January, when it was already 20 degrees below zero, to open a warming center in a matter of 2 days. 2 days. I would ask you to point another provider in Lewiston that would be willing to take on that level of risk and liability. There were people that were asked, and nobody was willing to do it. We stepped up, given the mission of our organization and how much we care about the people who find themselves in these situations, in order to take that on under very, very difficult circumstances and in a building that was not adequate to serve the dozens of people that came out to seek a warm place overnight. It overwhelmed that building and the operation. Nobody had a clue how big of a need was present in our community. So there were a number of learning lessons associated to that service that we take with us and that we will never ever repeat again. But at the end of the day, I want you to understand that we opened a warming center in the middle of January in 2 days in order to serve people. And whether it had the intended outcomes or not, I guess depends on who the eye of the beholder is that's asking that question. What I can tell you with 100% confidence is that we saved probably a dozen lives last winter as a result of that warming center. We had people who were overdosed on the streets. We had people that were actively using that came into the center. And without that service and that response from the team of staff that were there, those people would not have lived or survived. I can promise you that. So again, a lot of learning to be had. We would be the first to acknowledge those. We'd present a list to you if that would be helpful. But the fact that we were willing to take on that level of risk on behalf of Lewiston to serve the people that need us, at the end of the day, we feel like we did what we should be doing.
I would just add, this is a good example of, it was far from perfect, but it served a purpose. It was a place where we could learn from and figure out how to move forward and do something better the next time. To Jim's credit, I don't think he's speaking loudly enough about this. He was asked to do this by the city and stepped up and took care of it. And had they not done that, I think the optics of it would have been far worse for everybody. So for them to sort of take the beating that they got in a public forum about what a debacle it was, is really a little unfair, because that would have been flipped back on your feet in tenfold had he not stepped up and stepped to the plate to take care of that. And that's not to say that anybody should be sitting here pointing fingers, but at the time, it's like, again, we tried. It didn't work, but failure is how you figure out how to move forward. This is not going to be perfect. Homelessness is ugly, it's messy, and it's not going to be an easy fix.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the standpoint why we, since we're talking about the temporary warming center, we set it up so that way people wouldn't freeze to death. And from that standpoint, it was a smashing success. Mm-hmm. And both of your organizations deserve an enormous amount of credit for stepping forward. And you most certainly did not
We did nothing. I want to point out, I take zero credit. Like, I wish I could stand here and say that we helped in any way, shape, or form other than being at the meetings. CCI and IRC did all the work there, and they deserve 100% of the positive credit of making good things happen there. We went to the meetings and just chatted about it, so I take...
Well, thank you for pointing out the third organization that, yes, between MIRC, CCI, and LHA, you guys are my heroes, and I deeply appreciate your service to our city this past winter. Councilor Jelinek, did you want to weigh in?
Yeah, I want to thank you for, just being straight up. I mean, you're saying, listen, this isn't the end all be all, but we've got to try something. You're saying that, lessons have been learned and we're going to take those with us, and those words mean a lot. For me, when I think about the Lewiston Unhoused Response Center, it's much more than just the unhoused. And so, you know, I really want to segue a little bit on Councilor LaChapelle's comments about, you know, his concern and his compassion for folks who are battling with mental health issues and substance use disorder, and saying that, you know, you can't really silo any of that. You can't really say, you know, I want to work with folks that have battling SUD. I want to work with folks that are battling mental health. I want to work with, because it's all the same, you know. And I guess what I think of is, I'm in agreement. I don't believe that when someone chooses recovery that that's going to happen in 2 weeks, which is why some of the folks, I think someone had asked you, like, how long are they going to live here? It's going to depend, right? Some folks will live here up to 6 months, 8 months, because this is so much more than just an unhoused response center. And if we can get, you know, the wraparound services that we've discussed, I mean, this is going to be so much bigger than just a shelter. And so I just, you know, I thank you for that.
I would like to also just add, you know, if, you know, all of the other high barrier shelters, they're already, you know, serving our unhoused, you know, a significant portion of our unhoused community. And so who is left? It's the people who are the most vulnerable and who have the most needs. And absolutely, it will be hard work.
And I would also point out that a lot of these people in the worst scenarios end up in our hospital ERs and critical care beds, taking up space at enormously high rates, which ends up getting pushed back to the taxpayer at some point in time in some fashion. You know, it becomes a huge drain on our hospital systems, and our hospitals are our two biggest employers in this town right now, and it's something that really needs to be, you know, I don't want to speak for them, but it's a pervasive problem anywhere there is a huge homeless problem that, you know, hospitals ERs end up taking the brunt of that, and it's complicated for them.
Thank you. Councilor Pease.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have to apologize if you think we were pointing fingers at something that was wrong. No, you guys didn't. You stood up, took on the task, and you did the best you could in that short period of time. I think where the blame should go for that situation is right back to the State House. When they closed up AmHigh, where there were people getting all the services they needed, and they were housed, and they were protected, and they were taken care of, when they closed that and they sent them out on the street and said, hey, Lewiston, Auburn, Lisbon, you guys take care of them. We're tired of paying for it. We're tired of taking care of it. Now we're stuck with the burden. I think we got to figure out a way we can get the state to, you know, bring up some money, start another program. They can start a program. They have no problem. They have endless pockets. Don't believe me? Check our tax bills. You know, it just keeps coming. Thank you.
Councilor Scott.
Thank you. So, Mr. Martin, I appreciate you saying what you said. I do understand that that was short-term and what that did for the homeless community in our community. That being said, you know, as a city councilor, I also get phone calls from the person that lived next door. They called me once a week and said they keep getting in my trash, and I've asked them politely, please leave my trash cans alone, and it continues to happen. That's not your fault, right? But those are the things I have to also consider. I have to consider when I have folks that call me up and say, my father lives at Oak Street Apartments, and he's afraid to go to his car at night in the parking garage across the street. I have to consider the businesses downtown that we talked about that say, we're afraid to do this. It's affecting my business. People are sleeping in my doorway. There's defecation happening in the back alley. There's this whole situation. So how do we as a council that want to be compassionate, we want to help figure out the solution, but also recognize that those that have tried to figure out the solution, whether we talk about Portland, Maine, or Portland, Oregon, San Francisco, or any city that does these things without really having housing first, the situation has only gotten worse and worse and worse and worse. And honestly, I don't want that for my city. So, you know, I ask also, it's here. We have homeless shelters here already. Where's the conversation happening in Auburn? You renamed it with Auburn in there, and I'm just asking that because, where is Auburn in helping us in all of this? Why is Lewiston taking the brunt of all of this and having to deal with this situation? I have to think about those things too. In all honesty, this conversation's been going on for a little while now. I had 2 phone calls of folks that said, please support this. I cannot tell you the number of phone calls and emails I got from folks that said, please don't do that, even from my own mother, who said, I'm afraid to go to the library anymore, who has been here her whole life and has concerns about going to our library. Where do I put myself in this situation, right? Who do I support? What do I do with that? Honestly, I find it to be a huge dilemma for me because I want to do everything that we can, but I also say to myself, and I've been saying this since day one, that spot right there is not going to help us in any way. I honestly feel that it's going to be detrimental to our downtown and to the economic development that we want to see. And the only way that we are going to get this city up from where it's been and really move it is by focusing on that economic development and the things that we have already in place. The choice neighborhood, the River Island Master Plan, and those things. And I don't see putting a homeless shelter down here as helping any of that. Whether it's temporary or not, I think doing it is opening the door. And people are not going to be happy with me, but that's really how I feel about this. And I'm having a really hard time with this whole issue. I've got to be honest with you.
And I don't disagree with you. The only thing I would add to that is every example you just gave of reason not to do it, we haven't even opened the doors yet, and you still have barriers associated with that because there's a homeless population there that people are struggling with right now. And I understand that there's this fear, like, the field of dreams, if we build it, they will come. But we don't know that. We can't say that's going to be what happens. I can't say it's not what's going to happen. I'm not here to prognosticate on what the impact will be. I can only tell you that you just outlined, we have a problem and we got to do something. And there was a pot of money sitting there for a very specific amount of time to figure out how to do something in a temporary fashion to see if we could make a dent and figure out a path forward, to figure out part of a solution that might work for us in the long run in another form or fashion, or part of a bigger puzzle, because we've all mentioned all the pieces. More mental health, housing first. All these things are pieces of the puzzle because housing, homelessness has a gradient. It's not black and white. It's not like, oh, you're homeless, you need these 5 things, here you go, and you're fixed. Unfortunately, it's, you could just be down on your luck. You might have very little resources, you might lose your job, and suddenly you find yourself couch surfing, or you could be chronically, you have multiple different codependencies, like Jim talked about earlier, where it's mental health or a medical issue or substance abuse. It could be all 3 of those things together. It's incredibly complicated, and we need many, many, many different buckets to help solve that. But it doesn't change that we have to start somewhere. And so, I can keep saying it over and over again, and I understand where you're coming from, that people are afraid of the situation we have now, but it feels like we're at this impasse where we're just going to keep saying, but this doesn't work now, so why would we do this? And the group's going to say, but we should do this to try and fix what we have right now. It's just a dog chasing its tail right now, unfortunately.
Councilor Harriman?
Thank you. Regarding that point with, if we just keep waiting around for the perfect thing to come along, we're never going to address anything. And this council really has been delaying and obstructing dealing with this issue basically since our term began. We had a proposal back in March of last year where we had a homeless shelter, a resource center proposed. That got squashed by various means, including the moratorium. We put an ordinance in place with an overlay district. This proposal came up. It's in the overlay. Sorry. This came up. It's in the overlay. Meets that requirement. It was talked about many times about the impact to local taxpayers, didn't want to have to put local resources into it. This came with state money. That got slow-walked until that was expired. And as Councilor Scott mentioned, people are already there. You know, they had to put up a sign on the library steps because people kept sleeping there. When I go home most nights, there's somebody sleeping at 40 Pine Street. There's just, the people are already there. I don't see how it can be worse for the neighborhood to have them inside getting services and sleeping in a bed rather than outside struggling and sleeping underneath an overhang of an abandoned building. I think we need to finally get our butts in gear and address this issue and instead of just delaying and obstructing it. Thank you.
Councilor McCarthy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. One of the things that Scott mentioned about slow playing this application, I just want to point out that in no way, shape, or form did the city or the council slow play this application. If you look at the list of items that were deficient in the initial application, it was 6 pages long. Now, you've addressed all of those, but you also missed the deadline because of it. And that wasn't because of the city of Lewiston, that was because it was not done in a timely fashion. Now, the ordinance has been in effect since October, so there was plenty of time to follow the ordinance and complete it and fulfill the application as needed. The other thing I want to point out is from the initial application to the second application we got, there's an immense amount of changes that have been made. So it's obviously your first application wasn't, I won't say workable, I don't know. For some reason, you guys made an immense amount of changes to that, not only the floor plan, but the person running it, all of that. So those changes were made. So I just wanted to get it out there that that's not due to the city council and that's not due to city staff. And it's unfair to even go that route. And I'm upset that the councilor next to me went that route. The problem I have, going back to the warming shelter, you guys did the best you could. The problem I have with the warming shelter is I spoke with a bunch of the volunteers that were there, and I spoke to the police. And the one common theme of it was you had about 10% of the people that were there that were grateful what was happening. And the rest of them did whatever they wanted, had no respect for what the city and your organization was trying to do, and they just didn't appreciate anything that was happening. So it's hard for me to...
Excuse me, Councilor, do you mind just lowering your voice just a little bit?
Oh, wait a minute now. I'm the one that's talking too loud. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no,
It's
you're
the
good. Please
Irish in
continue.
me. I can't help it.
Please continue.
But that's what I have difficulty. Now we're going to create another situation. Well, go back to the first one that came here, the Armory. That one was thrown together, yes, but the neighborhood had all sorts of issues with the people staying at the Armory, and it had attracted people here. Our homeless population grew once we opened the Armory up. And the neighbors had issues with packages stolen off of their porch. They had issues with a woman defecating in the middle of the sports field while the school was in operation. They had all sorts of problems. And now now you want me to believe that those problems aren't going to surface with an operation that's even closer to downtown. So that's the difficulty I'm having in all of this. Thank you.
I would like to just address one piece here. I don't want to get into a back and forth about this. It's not where I want to be. I felt like we were having a fairly productive conversation to this point. But there's an insinuation of our inability to handle this application. And we followed the deadlines that you provided us, and technicality, rule or not, the dates changed within the time frame that we were provided so that we could get the application in on time. We were given a time frame for which to provide this by the June 6th, to get it to the June 6th meeting. And at the end of the day, on May 30th, the goalpost moved for us to get that application in, changing our ability to be at the June 6th meeting. Now, I get it. 100% within the legal right to say, oh, the posting was done, and now we've deemed the application incomplete. We're sorry for that inconvenience in the situation. But your insinuation was that somehow we were incapable of getting our application in on time when we completed it within the time frame that we were told to get it done by originally, of which we could be at the June 6th meeting, and the goalpost moved due to a legal interpretation of the ordinance that came in after the fact. Now, that doesn't say that you are wrong, but it sure as heck doesn't mean that we somehow were inefficient in getting our application in on time. He specifically busted his butt to get this done, did an amazing job. We answered every single question that you had on there. We answered every single department question, which came in secondary, which wasn't exactly clear within the ordinance that whether we had to reply to those or not as part of that application. And we provided explanation to the economic development questions as well, who aren't even listed in the department as being part of the question and answer a part of this. And some of the things that were wrong in there were ones where you came back to us and said, hey, this isn't right, but it was something that we omitted. Can you just answer this a specific way to say whether you will do this piece or not? We forgot to put a checkbox in. We all could have done this a little bit differently.
If I may, Director Kermurray, I'd rather not get into the discussion about who was right when, or, rehashing.
I don't either. The insinuation was that somehow we were incapable of doing this process appropriately, and I want to point out that that was not the case at all. I'd like to recenter this back to being a productive conversation about how we move forward.
Thank you, Director Kermurray. We could spend all night going back and forth about emails that were sent and who said what when, and I would really just like to move on from that conversation, and not rehash the...
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor. I believe that our city administrator has something that she would like to say, and I believe that whether you want to move on with this piece of the conversation or not, that it's important that we hear from our city administrator. And I understand what you're saying, and you say you don't want to do the back and forth, but I've got to be honest with you. You've now just painted a picture that the city made it a little more difficult for you, and I believe that that is not correct either. I'd like to hear from the city administrator, please.
Thank you, Councilor Scott. Administrator Hunter, would you like to weigh in?
Certainly, not to belabor this point, but I think one piece of information that is viable, or that is certainly critical in this whole analysis, is staff and Lewiston Housing Authority submitted an application. They submitted it by the timeline that was prescribed. We placed the legal ad based upon that. But the assumption on all of our parts was that application was going to be complete. When it was deemed not complete, and the ordinance says the next round, the public hearing dates, that's when things kind of went askew. And those are the pieces that we're looking at. And then that's the clarification, particularly the city attorney made when they switched the application name, that we would need to go through a formal new posting once the application was deemed complete. So we could not deem it complete before we had that second review. And then that started the clock all over again. So I don't think, to place blame or not place blame or whatever on either organization is justified. I agree with Director Kermurray that this is a new process for all of us. They did a thorough job. There were elements that were missing. We needed to stop and allow for that reposting once it was deemed complete again. And once that happened, that set us up for this meeting tonight.
Thank you, Administrator Hunter. Moving forward to discussing the shelter application here. Councilor Clement.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a few minutes ago, Director Kilmurray adequately defined what I've come to know as Sir Humphrey Appleby's synergism on government decision-making. There are 3 steps. We have a problem. We must do something. This is something. Therefore, we must do this. I disagree with that. What is being proposed here for us to engage is a blind leap of faith. We're being asked to approve a license for something that we don't even know can exist. It's a virtual pig in a poke. I do not have confidence in the seaworthiness of this proposal. I certainly don't believe in setting fire to several $1 million worth of taxpayer dollars for a short-term project that has no real impact or long-term solution. I cannot vote in favor of this proposal, but what I would suggest to my colleagues is the fact that we could deny the application, and that would be based on 2 things. Pursuant to item 8I of our licensing ordinance, that they're not able to provide for all the requirements. Number 2, that there is no operational agreement to manage the shelter now. That's been killed. And we come to an agreement that we will sit down as a body and revisit the shelter overlay district and see if we can't come up with something that's amenable to all. I believe this is dead in the water. I mean, you're asking us to prove something that you're going to have to come back and make substantial change to. You know, that's like, I can't draw a perfect analogy right now. What we're sitting here doing is hashing something around that is never going to come to fruition in its current form. I've heard what other councilors had to say. I listened in particular to Councilor LaChapelle's concern about mental health and drugs. I too, for over 45 years, dealt with those issues. I heard what Councilor Pease had to say. When I started in the city of Augusta, there were over 3,000 residents at what was then the Augusta State Hospital. When I retired, some 21 years later, there were 100 by court decree. Well, I'll guarantee you those 2,900 and some odd people were still out there, probably worse now. And the state just said, hey, well, you take care of it. So I know we need to do something, but I just don't see this project as being viable. I would suggest to my colleagues that we deny the application on those 2 grounds and that we agree to, at our earliest convenience, get on with a discussion about perhaps amending or modifying the shelter overlay district and seeing what we can do in a cooperative effort. I do believe that you are part of a quasi-municipal body. The city of Lewiston gave you life back in 1963 and continues to flow lifeblood into Lewiston Housing Authority by virtue of our mayor appointing your governing body. So I would think that we ought to have transparency and trust between each other. And, you know, unfortunately, there's been a couple of instances where that hasn't come to fruition. I want to see that change. I want to work with you. I want to come up with a solution to this problem. I don't want to see us become Portland. I don't want to see us become San Francisco. My God, I can't imagine that. But, you know, I already know in my own family, I have a family member who is an executive director of a healthcare organization, and that person tells me that you can't believe the people that come to the state of Maine to get services under Maine Care. This particular instance, it's a dental clinic, and this person says that I see 4-year-old kids come in here with their teeth rotten at the gums because they've been sucking on a sippy cup of Mountain Dew for 4 years. And now they come to Maine to make it all well. And they came from places like Kentucky, like Tennessee, other places where they don't have the benefits that are available in Maine. So yeah, I want to work with you. I want to see something happen. I just don't see this as being it. Let's sit down and see what we can come up with, but I can't approve this license. It's not going to happen. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councilor Jelinas.
Thank you. And I, conversely, could not get behind denying this application. I think that I do not believe that the operational and management plan is dead in the water. If I heard you correctly, Mr. Martin, I heard you say that, just the contrast to that. Am I correct?
Yes.
Thank you. And I feel like, we've gone this far in the process. We were given 5 options here to consider as a course of action. And I would be more inclined to approve with staff conditions recommended, as well as conditions put forth by Councilor Harriman as it pertains to contingency on funding. I don't know if that's how you worded it, Councilor Harriman, but something like that. So I think that's where I would land.
I would just like to point out that all of the concerns that people had about our unhoused here, those conditions, it is being used as a reason not to have the shelter, but in fact, all of those conditions exist right now. Yeah, it's ironic to me.
Procedural question,
Councilor LaChapelle, did you have something?
Procedural question.
Yes.
Are we just waiting for a motion at this point on one of the things? Because frankly.
Could talk all night.
We can, exactly. It'll be breakfast. He said bringing in pizza around 10, and I'm still waiting for supper, and it hasn't shown up. So at this point, folks.
I would agree, if I may, but
Yes.
yes, no, I would agree that I think we've all chimed in as much as we can at this point.
I'm happy to make a motion.
Councilor Jelinek, would you like to make a motion?
I'd like to make a motion that we approve the application brought forth for the Lewiston Unhoused Response Center with the staff conditions that were outlined and responded to, and the additional conditions set forth regarding the contingency on funding.
Do we have a second for that motion?
I'll second that.
We have a motion on the floor. Did you catch all of that, Madam Clerk?
I did. So just for clarification, if I could, with Councilor Jelinek, it would be the language that's printed in your book regarding the potential motion for number 2.
Yes, ma'am.
With the addition at the end of adding an additional condition regarding contingency upon funding.
Yes, ma'am. Yep.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Sure. So just for clarification, Mr. Mayor, if you don't mind, if I could just read the motion for the benefit of folks.
Absolutely.
Thank you
Yes, thank
so
you.
much. So the motion would be, whereas the city has an ordinance regulating the licensing of homeless shelters, and whereas the Lewiston Auburn Area Housing Development Corporation has submitted an application for a homeless shelter at 104 Park Street, and whereas the city has deemed the application to be complete, and the police department, fire department, and code enforcement department have all submitted their recommendations as required by the ordinance and the city policy manual, and whereas the city council has held a public hearing as required by ordinance and received public comment and input on the application, now therefore be it ordered by the Lewiston City Council that the city council hereby approves the business license for a homeless shelter for Lewiston Auburn Area Housing Development Corporation, 104 Park Street, with the following conditions. A, use of the property as a homeless shelter may not occur until applicant obtains all required permits, including but not limited to building, plumbing, and electrical. B, use of the property as a homeless shelter may not occur until a certificate of occupancy is issued by the city. C, no portion of the parcel at 61 Ash Street that is located within 250 feet of a child care facility may be used for any activity associated with the shelter, including parking. And D, with contingency on funding.
Are we set for the vote, Madam Clerk?
If you are, Mr. Mayor, I am.
Let's proceed.
All set. Counselor from Ward 1?
No.
Ward 2?
No.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
No.
Ward 5?
No.
Ward 6?
No.
Ward 7?
Yes.
Motion fails by a vote of 5-2.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Mayor,
Yes.
make a motion?
Councilor Clement, please proceed.
I move that we deny the application as provided in our information sheet based on reason 1, that pursuant to 8I in the application, there is no means of providing the requirements for the shelter. Number 2, that there's no operational agreement to manage the shelter. That apparently disappeared in earlier conversation. And finally, that we as a body agree to sit down with the planning board, with Lewiston Housing, with whomever, and see what we can do about the shelter overlay districts. I make that in the form of a motion.
I'll second that.
Well, if I may, I question the wisdom of combining, the third action, because it's kind of unrelated
Well, in
to
that
the
case,
shelter.
I will withdraw that, and I'll make a motion subsequent to this motion, depending upon how it comes out.
Or perhaps we could add that to a future agenda or talk about that during other
We can
business.
talk about it after we vote on this one, Mr.
Yes,
Mayor.
yes, okay. Madam Clerk, did you get all of that?
I did, yes, sir, thank you.
Okay. Councilor Herman, did you have something?
I have a question related to the motion. So where this is a licensing hearing, the council has to deny, if the council wants to deny the license, they have to show particular portions of the ordinance that it violates. And I'm just wondering if 8I, it says how the shelter will otherwise meet the performance standards and other requirements of this article to the extent not described above, which is, all the other numbers and letters above it. And it doesn't, I feel like the application, the information provided in the application covers that, and that the concern is more about the funding rather than the plan and the information provided. And I didn't see anywhere in the ordinance that requires a certain amount of funding for this use. So I'm just wondering if that is allowable under that section.
That's a decision by the council. You're the licensor board for the initial shelter license.
Thank you, Administrator Hunter. Madam Clerk, did you catch that? Councilor McCarthy seconded?
I did, yes, sir, thank you.
Okay. Can you please read the motion and then call the vote?
Sure. The motion is, whereas the city has an ordinance regulating the licensing of homeless shelters, and whereas the Lewiston Auburn Area Housing Development Corporation has submitted an application for a homeless shelter at 104 Park Street, and whereas the city staff has deemed the application to be complete, and the police department, fire department, and code enforcement department have all submitted their recommendations as required by the ordinance and city policy manual, and whereas the city council has held a public hearing as required by the ordinance and received public comment and input on the application, now therefore be it ordered by the Lewiston City Council that the city council hereby denies the application for a business license for a homeless shelter for Lewiston Auburn Area Housing Development Corporation, 104 Park Street, due to the following reasons. Number one, section 22-453, 8I in the ordinance, that the applicant is not able to present resources to meet the performance standards. And number two, that no valid operational agreement between CCI and LAAHDC to manage the shelter has been presented.
Please call the vote. Do we have a point of order, Councilor Herman?
On the second item, I realize the first one cites a section of the ordinance. The second item doesn't cite a section of the ordinance. Is that a requirement?
Again, it's a decision.
And just, I'm sure it's in there. I just for clarification, would like to know which section that is.
We can go through and align them, but they talk about the ability to execute the good neighbor agreement, the safety and security. It would be each one of those elements. So the council could go through and select those if they want to at this point. But I believe that was the intent of that item.
Okay, I thought it was just regarding a agreement with an operator.
I would direct your question to the person that made the motion.
Okay. Is there an ordinance section that
I've made a motion, Counselor, and I'm going to call for a vote here very shortly. The motion is the motion. That is before us. It's to be voted upon. I think everybody here on the dais, with the possible exception of one, understands.
Okay. Thank you, councilors. Councilor Herman, did you have anything further?
Yes, it does say in the motion, it must cite reasons and connection to city ordinance requirements and/or city policy requirements. And I agree that the first reason provided cites a requirement. The second reason does not cite a requirement. I just want to make sure that, all the i's are dotted and the t's are crossed.
As usual, I will say to you, Councilor Harriman, that we've cited a reason and connection to city ordinance requirements or city policy requirements. The fact that there's no operational agreement to supervise or manage this is a prerequisite that somebody has to be in charge. You understand that, I assume?
Councilors, I think I'm going to stop you both right there. And Madam Clerk, can you please call the vote?
Yes, absolutely. Counselor from Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
No.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
No.
Motion passed by a vote of 5-2.
Thank you for being here this evening.
Thank you. Appreciate the convo.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Agenda item number 8.
Item number 8, adoption of new city policy regarding facility and park use. Requested action to repeal the facility use policy, policy manual number 28, and the park use policy, policy manual number 77, and establish and adopt a new facility and park use policy, policy manual number 28, as recommended by the Recreation Department and the Public Works Department.
May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Councilor Clement, second by Councilor Pease. Discussion among the council. Councilor LaChapelle.
Does this policy incorporate that second page that we were given just this evening? This,
Do you mind coming to the podium?
Yes,
Or
I'm
who-
sorry.
who's ever answering the question?
Could you repeat your question?
does this policy reflect the paper that we were given earlier today and my concern on if I'm coaching a soccer team that I have to pay for a field or pay for using McMahon School? Is that incorporated right here?
No, so the athletic use policy we workshopped earlier, we took some notes and we'll bring that back to workshop again once we kind of make some amendments. And so this is only, this one on the back page or X amount of pages down, you'll see Appendix A. So those reflect the fees that you did approve in the workshop on June 6th.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Public comment for this agenda item? Back to the council. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Counsel from Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7-0.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Agenda item number 9.
Item number 9, amendments to the city policy manual for the special events policy regarding updated fee structure and other housekeeping-related amendments. Requested action to approve the proposed amendments to the city policy manual number 87, special events policy, as recommended by the Recreation Department and the Public Works Department.
I have a motion, please. Councilor
Second.
Pease, second by Councilor McCarthy. Discussion? Or Director Welsh, do you want to kick us off?
Oh, yep, just a quick clarification. So this has that same Appendix A because it's still referencing the same facilities in both policies. This one was also workshopped on June 6th and notably offered flexibility on in-kind support, offered the request of verification of nonprofit status if the city wishes to do so, and also added the Lewiston Farmers Market on the list of special community event status. And there's other housekeeping items involved as well.
To Councilor LaChapelle's point, so if we approve this and then the fees end up changing, do we need to come back to this, or?
Nope, so the fees in this Appendix A are different than the athletic use policy fees.
Thank you.
These ones are just referring to the parks and facilities. The athletic use fields are a separate conversation.
Thank you for that clarification.
You're welcome.
Discussion? Public comment? Back to the council? Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Counsel from Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7-0.
Agenda item number 10.
Item number 10, disposition of property at 112 Shawmut Street. Requested action to authorize the city administrator to dispose of the property at 112 Shawmut Street and to authorize the city administrator to execute all necessary documents for the disposition of this property, such as the purchase and sale agreements and any other related closing documents based upon the highest and best use offer received after considering proposed plan use of the property and timeline for execution and completion.
So may I have a motion? Yes, Councilor
Second.
Harriman, second by Councilor Pease. Discussion. Public comment? Back to the council? Oh, Councilor Pease, we're back to the council. Yes.
I was just curious on the valuation. Was it the value that was placed on the properties prior to them coming up to this? Or is that a new generated assessed value
No, that was based upon the land value at the time,
at the time? Thank
and that's pre-reval
Okay.
amounts.
Thank you.
Councilor Clement.
Mr. Mayor, if I might, very quickly, Planning Board has approved this. Your Finance Committee on June 8th went over this. It does comply with the city's policy regarding real estate, and we recommend that the council approve it.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Counsel from Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7-0.
Agenda item number 11.
Item number 11, disposition of property at 115 Shawmut Street. Requested action to authorize the city administrator to dispose of the property at 115 Shawmut Street and to authorize the city administrator to execute all necessary documents for the disposition of this property, such as the purchase and sale agreements and any other related closing documents based upon the highest and best use offer received after considering a proposed planned use of the property and timeline for execution and completion.
I have a motion, please. Councilor Clement.
Well,
Second by.
close enough, yes.
Second by Councilor Pease. Discussion.
Very briefly, Mr. Mayor, ditto.
Councilor Clement. Oh, okay, yes. Thank you for that brief comment, Councilor Clement.
Couldn't be any briefer.
Public comment. Back to the council. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Counsel from Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7-0.
Agenda item number 12.
Item number 12, disposition of property at 143 Pine Street. Requested action to authorize the city administrator to dispose of the property at 143 Pine Street and to authorize the city administrator to execute all necessary documents for the disposition of this property, such as the purchase and sale agreements and any other related closing documents based upon the highest and best used offer received after considering proposed planned use of the property and timeline for execution and completion.
May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Councilor Pease, second by Councilor Clement. Discussion?
Same thing.
Councilor Pease, did you have something? Yeah, let's,
Just a question, that's the site with the huge hammer on it, correct? And other displays?
Yes.
And that, to move that artwork after it's sold, is whose responsibility?
The city knew that that was just a temporary location for it, so there was plans to move it at some future date.
Oh, okay, I just wanted to make sure.
But it
was
would be,
covered.
it would be on ours, but we can incorporate the move from any proceeds received.
Thank you.
do we have an idea where that might go?
No, not at this point. I think the Public Art Committee will probably weigh in on that and provide some suggestions. That's at least who I would look for.
Thank you. Public comment? Back to the council. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Counsel from Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7-0.
We are now up to reports and updates. Councilor LaChapelle.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. I have two committee updates. The Seniors Advisory Committee met last week. They're putting an enormous amount of time. They're working and just building a infrastructure on how to proceed. They're trying to form a couple more committees to get more people involved. Applied to AARP They're writing a letter to make this an AARP-friendly city. So they are meeting on a monthly basis, and they're doing a great job. And my next meeting, my next report was on LawPac. We had our meeting last week. LawPac acquired some more waterfront property in a trade with the developer of the gravel pit. And we're still going back and forth on procedure. We're making new bylaws, or actually putting bylaws in Robert's Rules of Order in some structure. It's been a very loose, just a bunch of friends sitting around a table for a while, and we're trying to put some structure to it. And that's just a brief update.
Thank you. Counselor Scott.
Thank you. So just a quick update on the school committee. We are meeting this Thursday. Right now, we're in the process of just updating again some more policy stuff, buttoning up the end of the year. No, it's not. As a matter of fact, we weren't supposed to meet again until another couple of weeks, but there's a few things to button up for the end of the school year, so the superintendent has asked us to meet for that date. Also wanted to report that the Lewiston Youth Advisory Council, we will be doing interviews this week. The mayor, myself, and Dottie will be doing interviews for the new group that will be coming in. We have several applications, and I was very happy to see that Alyssa got the award, and I think that we should be very proud of what that group is doing and what those students are doing, so, thank you.
Counselor McCarthy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a brief thing on the airport board. Last Wednesday we met. I was elected vice chair. We also put a rule in effect that Jonathan Labonte as acting manager and chairman, that any contracts, negotiations, anything of that effect, anything other than the daily operation of the airport needs to be run by me, and then I'll make a determination of whether it has to be brought to the full board or not. There was some concern about there being no checks and balances, so this restores the checks and balances. The other thing going on, the Elite hangar, we're moving forward with disposing of all of the leftover equipment. There's 3 planes. One is in the process of getting a ferry license to be able to ferry it to another airport to be certified. And then there's 3 other planes, one that was, I think it's been crushed already, 2 others that we're probably going to move off-site and strip. But what we're actively doing, one of the problems in eviction in the state of Maine is it's a big gray area when it comes to ownership of the material left behind. There is really no case law, according to our attorney. So we're trying to negotiate with the people who own it to get some storage fees, and if they don't want to claim it, then to give us ownership of it, and we'll kick them back 10% when we sell it. So it's important that we empty what's classified as the Elite hangar, and so that we can rent it out or sell it. That's one of the things that's been brought up to get the monkey off the airport's back, would be to try to sell it, recoup the money that's been spent on it, and not have the reoccurring expenses. I was in touch with someone today, I won't name, but they have someone who owns a very expensive airplane that wants to bring it to Auburn, and they maybe have deep pockets enough to be able to buy that hangar and get it off our back and get us back into the black. And we've also approved a budget that tentatively is balanced. So that's where we stand.
Seeing no other reports and updates, we're now up to new business. Is there any? Councilor Clement.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, just what we mentioned earlier, whether or not.
Oh, the overlay.
Have something on the overlay district, and I think I understand that maybe we have a workshop coming up on the license application itself and some potential changes or amendments to that, because I would have some stuff that I would want to discuss at that point in time.
Are you saying changes and amendments to the licensure application for shelters?
Yes. Yep.
I see.
Yep.
Okay.
As well as overlay.
As well as overlay. Yep.
Are you saying, Administrator Hunter, is that a workshop that's already scheduled? Did I hear that correctly, or?
We are looking at potentially bringing some clerical components to it, as well as some of the existing shelters. We've been receiving feedback on certain elements that we would like to share with the council and see where they would, what direction they'd like to head.
Thank you. Sorry, please
That's it.
continue, Councilor Clement.
No, that's it.
So are we directing staff to take a look at the overlay, or are we workshopping that first, or?
Well, I'm not sure how we best proceed. I'll leave that up to my colleagues here.
Workshopping would be the best.
Workshop it, we get a general
Start with that and then-
decision as to what we want.
Yeah.
Then we can direct staff to come up with a plan that meets our desires. Would that not be the way to proceed?
Yeah, no, I think workshopping it makes a lot of sense. So I guess I'll leave that to administration to look at what dates that might be available. And, yeah, no, I don't think, perhaps workshopping out on a day when we don't have a meeting, I think that would be definitely not a 30-minute conversation, probably also not a 60-minute conversation, so. We'll get pizza at that meeting.
Mr. Mayor, just for
Yes.
clarification, on that meeting, especially if, to Counselor's point, if we are seeking feedback from the Planning Board and Lewiston Housing Authority on the overlay district, what's the vision of either having a joint meeting or allowing them to speak during the workshop? Is that something that the council feels comfortable with?
Councilor Clement?
I would agree that that would be an excellent idea, and above and beyond that, I would like to see us invite the board of, I believe they call them commissioners of the Housing Authority, to come and all of us sit down and see what we can work out.
Okay.
I think it's important. We've never met those people. They've never met us, that I know of anyway. And I think we can get on the same sheet of music and maybe move some things along.
So, yeah, perhaps the council, the planning board, and then the board for LHA. And
Yep.
I guess directors for everybody.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Scott.
Thank you. So I have a statement I want to make this evening. I want to take a moment to thank and recognize our former Director of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion, Melissa Hugh. And I want to state that from our own Lewiston Equity Statement, after all, the cornerstone of safeguarding equal opportunity is the ability to access resources, municipal services, and educational programs regardless of identity, wealth, or social standing. Equity is fair and inclusive for all members of our community, ensuring that equal opportunity exists and voices are heard and valued from those traditionally underrepresented. This position was in part created to meet community needs and requests, such as addressing policy that places barriers for recruitment, retention efforts, and may exclude populations, provide internal trainings to staff as well as cross-department collaboration to increase engagement with diverse groups, bring awareness to disparities, DEI-related issues, and barriers for engagement of residents, developing a space for employees and residents to voice concerns and create solutions, creating relationships with community-based organizations and community stakeholders in Lewiston. Melissa Hughes started this position in 2021. And less than a year and a half later, initiated and amended 9 city policies to retain compliance with federal regulations, oversaw and instructed 15 in-person and over 2,000 online sessions on a variety of mandatory and non-mandatory trainings, and through the Sewell Foundation and Immigrant Resource Center obtained 2 years of funding for the DEI office, saving taxpayer money. Also, While this council failed to adopt a DEI policy, Melissa was consulted with 5 other municipalities in the state to create equity initiatives, policies, and programs. Other municipalities recognized her worth, and unfortunately, I feel we failed to recognize it. Melissa left her position on May 26. Nobody has ever really talked about it, and I think that's very, very unfortunate. I personally feel this is a great loss to our city, and hope in the future when we hire a new DEI director, we don't lose sight of the fact that we have one of the most diverse communities in the state, and a DEI director is not only an asset to our community, but it is also a necessity. And I'd also like to wish Melissa all the best in her new job. She's now in Portland. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Councilor LaChapelle, did you have something?
Motion to adjourn?
Second.
Madam Clerk, is there any other new business? Okay, Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Counsel from Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7? Yes. Motion passed by a vote of 7 to 0.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Excuse me.
Yes, it is.